I was looking for the mayor. You said Olivia.
Okay, we're good to go. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, good morning, everyone. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Before I go any further, just want to do some introductions. My name is Stan Kumorik. I'll be your chair this morning. I'd also like to introduce some of my fellow panel members. On my far left is Natalia Popovic. On my left is Dominic Gawley. I got Don and Dominic mixed up. On my right is Don Taylor, and on my far right is Bill Dalton. I'd also like to introduce Barbara Bertozik, who's at the far end of the podium here, and Barb's staff in front of us. Barb is the Deputy Secretary Treasurer and the manager for the Etobicoke panel. Okay, Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Our hearing procedure this morning: Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, while others will do so virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during the video appearance. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, as the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, with the provincial government amending the Planning Act and generally removing rights of third parties' rights to appeal, the Committee of Adjustment decisions now can only be appealed by the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Housing, specified persons and public bodies, and those defined by the Planning Act. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. For our procedure, we will call each item listed in order on the agenda. When you're making your submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are asked to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching or have reached your 5 minutes. Any presentations or other materials you wish to submit to the committee, as I mentioned earlier, must have been submitted by and email in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. That's in order to make it fair to everyone who is here so that everyone has the same information before them. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. As I mentioned earlier, please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today, as the committee may decide to defer the application if it is felt the revisions are substantial to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the change. Secondly, individuals either in support or opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we ask people in the committee room to go first and then those participating online. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker, and after they have finished their presentation, when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. So to the top of the agenda, our first item is declarations of interest. Does anyone have any declarations for the morning session?
Good morning, Chair. I need to declare a conflict of interest with respect to item number 10, 2638, 4549, Burnhamthorp Road Crescent. I'm currently engaged with the consultant on this project on another project.
Thank you, Dominic. Bill?
I have a conflict with item 11, 317 RYDING. I'm assisting other landowners in that area, so I shouldn't be adjudicating on anything else going on there, so I will leave the room.
Thank you, Bill. And I will declare on item 8, as my daughter is involved with one of the tenants in that building, so I will also leave the room. Anyone else? No? Okay. So our next item then is the confirmation from the minutes from the previous hearing. Anyone that was?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the minutes of the hearing held on January 29th, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, the minutes are adopted from the previous hearing. And Madam Secretary Treasurer, I believe we have no closed or deferred files for this morning?
No closed files, Mr. Chair, but we do have a last-minute request for deferral for item 7 from the agent, 124 EWART Avenue.
Okay. So let's deal with that deferral before we go to the top of the agenda then. So the speaker for that item, if I can find him on my list. Jonathan Vinkowski. Thomas, do you have Jonathan?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bartosik, for monitoring your email through the hearing.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
We're looking for a deferral then.
Correct. A couple of reasons. One, I've been speaking with building regarding the interpretation of 2 of the variances, one being the rear soft landscaping, and the second one being the size of the platform. The rear yard currently contains 0 landscaping, as is typical for this side of EWART. So we are in discussions with that. I would also like to speak to the adjacent neighbor about some possible revisions, including a reduction in the size of the proposed garden suite to the adjacent neighbor to the west, who did submit a letter of objection.
Fair enough. Do we have the other speakers that were listed online?
Yes, so they called in, so I'll connect them now.
Okay, good morning. Whom I got the pleasure to speak to?
Hi, good morning. My name is Mayuri. I'm speaking on behalf of 93 Ypres.
Okay, so the applicant is choosing to defer, And I'm assuming you're not opposed to that. It'll give them a chance to change their application and perhaps come back with something you might find more suitable.
Yep, I'm okay with that deferral.
Perfect, thank you. And is there another speaker online?
Yes, I'll connect them now.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm representing 91 Yipers.
Okay, and
We have your name, sir?
It's going to be Daniel.
sorry, is that Daniel Judd?
Daniel Jude, yep.
Jude, okay. So anyway, same comments. The applicant is asking to defer. I'm assuming you have no objection to that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Thomas? No?
No.
Okay. So panel members, the applicant is asked to defer the items so that they can process with planning and the neighbors to do some revisions.
Chair, I'm going to move that the request from the applicant with respect to item 7-124 Ewart Avenue, that the request for deferral be granted in order for the applicant to clearly identify the variances and also have further consultations with neighbors and city planning.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, item 7 is deferred. Okay, so back to the top of the agenda. Item 1. So item 1 is 118 Thompson Avenue. This is a application to convert the basement into a second suite and to construct a new covered front porch and a rear yard deck. There are 2 variances being requested. And the only comment we have is from TRCA, which is recommending refusal. Just want to go back to my speakers list. Do we have the applicant online?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Edward Begay. My address is 14B South Park Drive, and I'm gonna speak on behalf of the owners of the property.
Okay. You understand your situation with TRCA. They're saying because you're located in a floodplain, the basement shouldn't be habitable space.
Do we have to discuss this first, or do I have to go through first the variances?
Well, we can either approve or deny the variances, but I just want you to be aware that TRCA has made clear that they're likely going to refuse this. So I leave it up to you if you want to proceed.
Yeah, I want to proceed because it's I'm trying to be short here. So when we did the revision for the building permit, the existing building permit, we applied for a second unit into a basement and to do the new covered porch and the rear yard deck, and those the other 2 minor variances that we have.
Can we start the timer?
At the same time, that we got from the city, from the zoning examiner, we got the zoning notice for that application. We didn't hear from the TRCA refusing the application. So we applied to the committee for this purpose. During the course of the application, we spoke with, we exchanged emails with TRCA, and they refused it, and we agreed with their refusal, and we changed the application to single-family dwelling like it was before. So we are not asking anymore for a second unit on the basement. And also, we changed that at a zoning notice, and we changed the drawings. And those are new zoning notice, new drawings showing single-family dwelling has been sent to the committee. I think has been like a human error here or misunderstanding between me as an applicant and the committee of adjustment on the purpose of the application. So if we can change that to just construct a new covered front porch and the rear deck, and we keep only those two variances and remove the wording to convert the basement into the second unit.
Okay, I don't think that's a problem because the two variances don't pertain to the basement unit. They pertain to the other parts of the application. So if you're proposing that we divert or that we delete, convert to basement second unit, I don't think we have a problem with that, do we, Madam Secretary? No. So that's fine.
Okay, so that's what was the only thing that I wanted to, and I can explain the other two variances.
The other two variances, I don't think you need to explain. They're pretty minor. I don't believe there's any, I'll leave it to committee members, but I don't think you need to get into that. Our concern was the basement unit and the fact that you're being essentially refused by TRCA for that.
Yes, as I said, we knew about that. We communicated to TRCA, but it was like a miscommunication when the notice came out.
That's fine.
Yeah,
So,
but we want that to be removed, as you said, so it's not a problem. So we want to go back to a single-family dwelling. All the zoning notice and the drawings and everything has been changed on that purpose, so.
perfect. Any questions from committee members? No. Okay. And
Just to clarify, there was no miscommunication. Your application form does say to propose a second suite, so.
Yeah, no, it's my fault. So maybe I said it wrong. So because I communicated with committee of adjustment staff, I don't remember the name of the guy, but he saw that on the zoning notice was a second unit, and we changed that to a single family dwelling. But on the application that I sent, as I said, so before we sent to the committee first time, we sent it for second unit. So that application wasn't changed, and that's my fault. So I accept that. But all the other things, the drawings and zoning and everything was changed. So that's why I say it was miscommunication, but I'm accepting my fault there. So I should have seen the application included in the bottom, the thing. But we're getting back to that, where we want that to be removed.
okay, not a problem. Yeah, the basement, I'm looking at the drawings for the basement floor. It's not indicating that it's a second unit, so we're fine. Are there any other speakers for this item?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Okay, so let's take it into committee. Panel members, so we now have an application to construct a new covered front porch and a rear yard deck only with two variances.
And so with that, I'll move a motion for approval for the application as amended, which, I'm going to be clear on this, removes the basement second unit because in TRCA's February 6, 2026 letter, they indicate they will not support it as a result of unacceptable risks to life and property. So I will move a motion for the variant, for the application, for the two variances as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Have a good.
Thank you. Take care. Okay, item 2, 11 20th Street. Sorry. Yeah, 20th Street. This is an application to construct a partial second-story addition above the existing detached dwelling. There's one variance being requested, and that is FSI. And we have an agent only on my list. Saeed, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee.
Okay, having a hard time hearing you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Syed Shabib, and I am the applicant for the 1126th Street.
Thank you. I don't think we need a presentation on this unless you're dying to do one. If you're okay, we can just leave it for just questions of panel members.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No? Okay. I'm assuming there are no other speakers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's take it into committee, please.
Sure. I'll move a motion for approval, as the application is very straightforward, meets the 4 tests, and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, another unanimous approval. Thank you, Said. Okay, item 3, 79 Wallasey Avenue. This is an application to legalize and maintain the ancillary structure, which is a shed and cabana in the rear yard. There is one variance being requested, which has to do with the rear yard setback. We have an order on record. We have an order to comply and an arborist report, and no other comments from municipal departments. And the agent is virtual. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Tony Henriquez, 543 Concord Avenue. I'm the agent for this application.
Good morning, sir. Again, fairly straightforward. I don't think we need a detailed presentation. I would, however, just like a brief explanation of how we wound up.
So, Mr. Chair, just to interrupt, but we do have one area resident.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, this is the wrong.
Different item?
That's okay.
No worries.
It's over.
Okay. So, same question. Still want to know how we wound up with the order to comply.
Yes, basically, the owners, they did look online and they see that a shed a certain size did not require a permit. What they didn't know is that they also built a roof, and now that roof counts as the area of the shed. So now technically they do need a permit and a variance, but they just misunderstood the what can be built without a permit and what can't.
Okay, but you're not looking for an FSI variance, so I'm not.
No, but because of the size of the shed, now it requires
A rear yard setback.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, even the as of right sheds require some setback, but I guess the setback is greater because it's a certain size?
Yeah, probably. I'm not quite sure about that, but I mean, although we do have a setback at the back, most of it is just roof, so it is still open, so it's not obstructing as much as a full structure with walls.
Okay. All right, we'll leave it at that. And we've confirmed there are no other speakers.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? No? Take it into. Sir, sure.
Yeah, could you just confirm, the survey shows a frame building in the lower left-hand corner. Is that the location of either of these proposed structures?
Oh, there's.
Yes, that's the proposed structure there, and the dotted line is the roof. Just the roof, no walls.
Okay, thank you. Unless anybody has a question, I'm satisfied the application meets the 4 Planning Act tests, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
I'll second that, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Tony.
Thank you.
Okay, item 428 SUNNYLEA Avenue East. This is an application to maintain the altered dwelling currently under construction, including the existing detached garage. Previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to side yard setbacks, flat roof height, and a setback encroachment. There are 2 variances being requested, and that's all I have. David Stickney is the applicant, is that correct? Agent?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, sir. So if we can get an explanation on how we wound up here, and
Sure.
I think we would like a presentation on this item.
Sure. The owners of the property applied for a garage in 2019, and they got a permit for the garage. It was slab poured, enclosure built, and in 2022 they came to the committee for variances related to the addition to the house. There was an addition to the second floor, an addition to the rear. The variances at that time were for FSI, for coverage, for a side yard setback and for a platform on the north side. The platform was ultimately eliminated, so that's not even an issue. The side yard setback is an existing corner of the house. One end of the house is over 1.2 meters. The back end of the house was at 1.17, so the variance was quite tiny for that. There was a variance for height as well, which is essentially 5 inches of height on the flat roof for the house. In the meantime, the house got built with an intention to take down the garage, which was never actually completed in construction. It's enclosed, there's a garage door, there's no siding, and there's no electricity. But the completion of the garage was, they had decided that they would take the garage down in relation to the additions to the house. What they've decided is what they would like to do at the moment is maintain the garage, both for the security of the car and issues of, well, weather with snow and whatever is that would allow them to keep the garage. Now, both the house separately from the garage and the garage separately from the house are approved with building permits. The house is not signed off from, even though the work is completed on the house. The garage is not signed off by buildings because it hasn't been finished with siding. But I would just want to state that the numbers that were granted before for coverage were 36.4. We're actually asking for 37.7. It's a minor increase because the garage is included. And in terms of the FSI, we'd be asking to go from a 0.67, which was approved by the committee, to 0.69. Okay. So those are minor increases. Looking at the photographs that were submitted, the house is quite a modest house. I mean, despite the height, it's the issue of the flat roof. It looks a little more imposing because its grade is up from the street itself, but I think both the garage and the house are relatively contextually fitting well within the neighborhood. So the question is in front of the committee. I believe the house is in total compliance with the permit that was issued, but the garage would have to come down. So really the committee is deciding whether the owner can maintain the garage for the security of the car and weatherproofing of conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from panel members? No. Okay. And do we still have a speaker online as well?
Yes, we have one speaker. I do see them online, but they don't have a microphone connected. I did send some emails. I recommend if they can call in quickly, but currently I'll try to connect them, see what happens. Oh, no, I can't. I have no mic option here. So they are online, but there's no mic. If you can hear me, Michael, just make sure to allow any permissions. I did send you an email again. You can call in using that information given, and just, yeah, we'll wait a few seconds.
Okay, so we don't know whether the area resident is in support or opposition, or? Okay, there's no correspondence, so don't know. I'm assuming there's no one in the room to speak to item 4. No, okay.
Yeah, Michael, if you can hear me, I did send you an email. I would say just to call us in, or if you have a microphone, just connect it.
The beauty of virtual meetings. Okay. Well, we could. If I'd known we were having connectivity issues, I would have skipped to 5 first, but We could hold it down, and then if they're not connected by the time we do item 5, we'll just move on. So if everyone's okay with that, let's go to item 5, holding item 4. So item 5 is 900 Albion Road. This is an application to permit a parking deficiency to accommodate a new restaurant. There is one variance being requested, and our speaker's in person. Welcome.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kevin McCrow. I'm a senior planner with W&D Associates, and I'm the agent for the applicant and the owners of the plaza. My address for the record is 47 Roselawn Avenue, Toronto, postal code M4R185. I do have a presentation. I don't necessarily believe I need it, but I am also available if there's particular questions on the merits of the variance. I do see it as a fairly simple and straightforward application.
Okay, I would agree with you, but I do have some questions. If
Yes.
you're okay with that. So we understand what's being proposed. I think one of the things that's come to my mind is the weather and the conditions we've had this winter. How many spots can be maintained in the winter? Because I don't think I have an issue with what you're proposing in terms of total capacity. But once you start piling snow places, you might not have that capacity. Do you have a response on how to deal with that?
Yes, I do. When I attended the site, it was on a Saturday, albeit it was before the big, heavy, the record-breaking snowfall. But I did notice that most of the snow was piled into some of the landscape bermed areas. We do have an image of the plaza. There's an aerial. It was on the cover page of our presentation materials. It's also on page 2. The plaza is quite unique in that there are some, these are just some images of the space under renovation. There are some areas that do have landscape berms and medians where snow can be piled to avoid it. And I really understand the point of this. It's almost like a garden center in some cases where you start to remove the actual amount of parking through some of these, other things. But in front of the Shoppers Drug Mart, as you can see, that it's some of the areas shown in green. Those are areas where snow can be piled in front of the Food Basics between that one drive aisle. That's between the Shoppers and Food Basics in the middle. And then snow can also be piled at the rear. And this is, we're thinking of the screen here, this is off to the right-hand side. So behind, there's the orange, and then it's maybe off to the far right-hand side of the plaza as well. So there is ample enough space to pile snow, and the property management is usually quite good in that regard. I also note that none of the tenants have objected to the variances as well.
Understood.
Thank you.
And really, this is more about peak management of parking as opposed to overall number of spaces. And I guess your argument is that the shopping peak isn't going to conflict with the dining peak.
Yes, that's correct. That's the core of our argument, that the shopping peak of the Food Basics wouldn't conflict with the dining peak. When Food Basics tapers off later in the day into the evening, the dining peak typically peaks up into the evening. It's a dinner hour. We've all tried to get a table at a busy restaurant. We've also been to a grocery store on a Saturday afternoon when the checkout aisles are almost all full. So that's part of it. And the other part of it is that there's policies in the official plan, and this is maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan policy test that support the shared use of parking facilities where appropriate. And in a plaza like this, where you have a diverse range of tenants, it's not a monoculture like a shopping mall where it's all retail, all goods retailers. It does akin quite well to supporting that shared parking facilities to avoid an oversupply of parking and too much impermeable surface area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCrow. Any questions?
Sure, I had one question, and I think you addressed that towards the end of your presentation. The fact that the parking spaces are not designated for any specific use on the property. The parking is all shared, and that shared parking does allow for vacancies because of the different demands of different uses on the site. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. This isn't one of those plazas where sometimes you drive up and maybe the Domino's or Little Caesars says this is for their delivery drivers only. This is a plaza where parking is very much shared between all of the users, and we do have some photos towards the end, and you can clearly see that there's no signs or posts saying this is only for Shoppers, this is only for the 60 Wings, which is another tenant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Any other questions? No? And no other speakers, I'm assuming?
No, Mr. Chair.
No one in the room?
Nope. You're okay.
All right, thank you. We'll take it into committee then.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm prepared to speak on this item. Indeed, I believe that there's no adverse impact in allowing this parking variance to proceed. What we're looking at is really only 11 spaces. The parking spaces that are available on the site are shared. And with respect to concern about different times of the year when snow piles up or when garden centers may appear, they do go through a process, particularly the garden centers. So no adverse impact in allowing this variance to proceed. I'm going to move approval with a condition, a forestry condition. There's still an issue with respect to forestry where there are some issues that they want clarified. Move approval with forestry condition.
I'm not seeing the forestry condition.
No, me neither.
No.
I'll rectify that.
I don't think there's any trees there.
Move approval, no condition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder.
I'll second.
Sorry?
I agree with my colleague's comments, and I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
So coming back to number 4, do we have the area resident?
So I've sent multiple emails. I also had one of my colleagues in the office try to call them, no answer, left a voicemail. So
Okay.
we've done all we could.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. So back to the applicant. Actually, we'll take it into committee. I'm assuming there are no other speakers.
That's correct. I'm
Okay.
doing one more check. I'm refreshing, but it seems like, yeah.
Okay, so item 4, 28 SUNNYLEA Avenue, application with 2 variances.
Yeah, if no one has any questions or comments. Yeah, these are 2 very minor variances to the minor variances this committee approved for less than 4 years ago. I'm satisfied they meet the 4 tests, and I move approval without conditions.
Thank you, Don. Seconder.
Second that?
Thank you, Bill. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we skip to item 6, which is 69 ROYALAVON Crescent. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 7 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting denial with regard to the variance pertaining to the driveway, or in the alternative, forestry condition 1. We have 5 letters of objection on file and 2 letters of concern. And,
So, Mr. Chair, the agent is in person.
oh, okay. Good morning, sir. If we can get your presentation, please.
So we are proposing a custom home at this property. Can you hear me? Yeah. We're proposing a custom home at this property. The lot size is 50 by 150.
Sir, could you move the microphone directly in front of your mouth?
My apologies.
There, or move your body, whatever.
Sorry, sorry.
Oh, I forgot, sorry, before you start, maybe we can just reset his time as well. I forgot to mention that one of the variances has been reduced since originally submitted. I believe it's
2.
2 variances. The problem with the black and white is hard to see. So yeah, variance 4 and variance 5 have both been reduced. Sorry, go ahead, start over.
Sure. So it's a 50 by 150 lot, and we are proposing a custom home at this property. We are seeking some minor variances based on the requirements of the client. One of the biggest requirement is the size of the house, which permitted by the zoning bylaw is around 348 square meter, whereas we are proposing a 380 square meter of a house on this property. This number came with the discussion with the planning guys and the neighboring properties, as a couple of neighboring properties have already been listed for more than 400 square meter already. So we came up with a number which is not more than that, actually less than what is already there on the street. There are some other variances which we consider to be minor in nature, like the height of the building. They are proposing 9.75. We are proposing 9.75 meter, whereas permitted is 9.5 meter. The exterior wall height is 7 meter required by the zoning bylaw. We are proposing 7.5 meter. One of the biggest concern is the length of the building, and especially from the front yard lot line. So we are willing to move the house 1.44 meter to the front. That will reduce that to 23.19 meter proposed length to 1.44 meter, which will bring it down to 21.75 meter. So that will be a little bit more realistic. So 21.75 is the total. We can bring it down to that. But so I'm not talking about the building length. I'm talking about the length of the building from the front yard lot line from where we are supposed to start.
So you're talking about depth.
Sorry, yeah, the depth, yes. The length of the building will stay the same, 21.75 meter, which obviously we discussed a lot with the planning guys to came up with that number. Regarding the side yard lot lines, we are all meeting the setback, so we don't have any variances for that. We did go with the rejection letter that you got from the neighbors regarding the privacy issue and all that stuff, but those we can address easily with some tall landscaping structure that can avoid any privacy into any of the neighbors. The way we have designed this house, we have tried to keep minimalistic window on either side of the house, so nobody sees that that could be a privacy concern for any of the neighbors. And we are willing to remove more windows if required, so that nobody feels that anybody will be peeking into any of the neighboring house, since the neighboring house are bungalows, and this will be a double-story house. Apart from that, all the privacy other concerns can be addressed through tall landscapings that we are willing to put on the house just to satisfy the neighbor concern. Thank you.
So just to be clear, are you proposing you've already reduced variances 4 and 5. Are you now proposing to reduce variance 3 as well?
Number 7, which is the maximum building depth from the minimum front yard lot line. Oh, my apologies.
I believe that's number 3.
Yes, sir. Number 3. Sorry.
So you're proposing to what length?
We can change it to 21.75.
So that the depth variance will be the same as the length variance?
Roughly, yes, you're right.
Okay, so
because right now, this depth is dependent on the front yard lot line.
Yeah.
So we can bring it exactly to the front yard lot line, so they will match.
And by doing that, are you creating a variance for front yard setback?
No, the front yard setback is from where you start the depth of the house. So we will bring it right exactly to the same point.
Sorry, so on your drawings, do you what's shown on the drawings now?
So if you can open up the drawing, you can see the front yard lot line is that dotted line.
Okay, so Barb, do we have an issue with not having the drawings as what's being proposed now?
The only issue would be is if you wanted to tie them to anything.
Okay.
But as long as you're not tying them to plans, then, and they're assuring you, they're taking responsibility for confirming that no other variances would result from moving the house forward.
Okay, so let's see where this plays out. I'm going to ask if there's any questions from panel members first.
Yeah, so are you willing then to amend item 7, the driveway width?
No, sorry, the item 7, I was not reading your, so it was actually item 3 on your, my apologies.
No, but tree protection, environment, climate, forestry are recommending refusal because your driveway is too wide and it's impacting the one tree. So are you willing to do anything with the driveway to protect the tree?
Oh,
Seeing as how you're
we need that tree removed for the driveway, unfortunately, but we will be putting a formal application for that.
Okay.
So you're staying with your numbers for the driveway at this point?
Yes, yes.
So that stays the same.
Even with 6 meter it will be a problem. So we'll have to get the tree removed.
Just check. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, could you tell me how your building length proposed will compare to the existing house to the north of you? That's actually to the northwest, I guess.
So you're talking about basically.
It has an attached garage that kind of extends a little bit beyond the rear wall of the house, the one to the north of you.
It's north of me.
I'm just trying to see if you're encroaching into the rear yard to a greater extent than that house.
The rear yard setback for the house is around 51 feet we are living. So I don't think so we are encroaching anywhere into the rear yard setback.
Yeah, I don't think that's what Mr. Taylor's trying to ask.
Sorry.
You're proposing to move the entire house further forward.
Yes, sir.
So your rear projection will not be as severe in relation to the other two houses as
Exactly.
as what's being shown on the drawing.
Yes, it will get better.
By how much?
1.44 meter.
Okay. It's hard to visualize that, but
Yes.
that's
I'm sorry, but the suggestion came based on the rejections from the neighbor, so I was just trying to address that.
So then just so we can, on the drawing, you have a setback from garage to Royal Avon at 8.46 meters, correct? So you're taking away 1.44 from.
Yes.
So you'll end up with 7.02.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
okay. We're going to ask you to sit down for a minute, and I believe there's another speaker.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we have one registered and two additional speakers that are not on your
Okay.
list. They're in person as well.
Perfect. Okay, so I have a Nola Gort. Come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Noella Gort, and I reside at 58 Avonhurst Road, directly behind the subject property, and share the rear lot line and backyard fence.
Before you start, I just wonder if you're able to digest the changes.
No, I'm still processing it. If you wouldn't mind, I'm speaking now on the fly. If you wouldn't mind pulling up that image of the house plan that was just presented. So I'm not a planner, but when I look at some of these lines, there's a dotted line on the driveway that they're proposing to move forward to. And if I see that solid line at the back of the dwelling, they look very similar. So we're talking about moving the house that much more forward. This is a layman person just looking at that. I know you are
And
expert.
this is why we actually sometimes wind up deferring rather than doing
Sure.
changes on the fly, because it's
Yes.
hard for neighbors
Everyone
to
to
digest
digest.
what's being
And
proposed.
my first perspective of this is if we do look at the house that is placed above, that difference in the shift does not impact the height of the wall and the building that is still overshadowing that property's backyard. I have another resident who will speak to that, so I won't go too far, but that's the thought that came to my head is the shift, what is the material impact of that shift in the overall plan? The other element I would like to bring up, again, I have another resident who will touch on this more, is I would request that anything, and I don't know the process, but any plans must come back to the committee for review. I think we need to trust in the process and less on word, that things come through the committee, they go through the proper procedure, and then we can either object or review as a group again, because there is a lot to digest. The numbers
Yeah,
are still
they've also
functioning.
proposed to lower the overall height and the exterior wall height.
Right.
But again, it's numbers. So-
Absolutely, absolutely. So just looking at time, would you like me to continue, or just would you like to address some other
That's up to you.
questions? Yeah.
It's your time.
Okay. I think my main message is that these are not minor variances. These are major variances, specifically looking at the building length. I know that there's a comment to reduce it, but it was proposed at 28%, and the building depth at 22%. As a rear neighbor, the bylaw depth limits exist to protect the amenity space and keep a consistent built form that is in the neighborhood. This proposed encroachment would substantially and unreasonably diminish the existing sense of openness, spatial separation, and privacy between the neighbors. Approving the structure of this scale and proximity would eliminate the privacy buffer and replace it with a dominant built form directly impacting our rear outlook and enjoyment of our property. Individually, each variance must meet the 4 tests, and many of them do not. This is not a matter of a modest adjustment. It represents a fundamental expansion of the permitted building envelope. Reducing the height, which is what I had seen previously from the original submission, does not address the core massing concerns created by excessive depth, length, and property size. This committee is the only body that can ensure zoning bylaws crafted by the City of Toronto are applied consistently and fairly to all applicants. And we ask that this is done not only for today, but for future development of our neighborhood. So in general, what I would like to ask is that the committee either refuse the application as presented, require the applicant to bring the remaining variances into conformity, or at least reduce them to a genuinely minor scale consistent with the revised height variance of 2.6%. I did submit a picture just showing the consistency of the neighborhood in my letter of objection. And I think if you look at that, you can see that it is fairly uniform. Yes, there are some smaller houses, some larger houses, but there's a very uniform element to the neighborhood. And this new property would change that. It would really bring the house further back. It would reduce the green space in the garden. It would, from our perspective, we'd be looking at a big wall of another house rather than the current green, lush area of Etobicoke that we know and enjoy in this neighborhood. So I thank you for your time and your careful consideration. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address them as I can, but as previously mentioned by the chair, I'm also still digesting some of the new information we received.
Thank you. So am I. Any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, you mentioned 2.6% as it relates to building height. Can you give me the rest of the numbers around that?
So when I looked at the building height, permitted was 9.5, they went to 9.75.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to me does seem like a minor variance. Some of the other numbers were 28% over the requirement for the length.
It's like that much.
Yes.
That's
so
the difference between what the.
So I'm not in objection to that. I'm just saying if the other variances that are in the 20% over the accepted amount, if they can also be brought into that 2.6 range to make them minor and not major variances. So something like...
So you're saying the platform area should be reduced, the building depth, the building...
Building depth and building length are my concerns.
The building depth they are proposing to change.
Yeah, but I guess
by
not,
shifting
not,
the
to,
house.
not to enough of an extent to satisfy...
Well, they're not changing, they're not proposing to change the building length. And
right.
That's why I'm almost of a mind to ask for, or to see if the applicant wants to defer this so that they can present to the neighbors what's actually being proposed now, pictorially rather than numerically.
I would agree with your thinking, even if there weren't any speakers today. You know, I don't mind tweaking a variance, but I'm reluctant to tweak 4.
3,
whatever. More than one.
Chair, I have a question and a comment.
Sure.
I agree with the comments that were raised here. It's difficult, and to your point, Madam Neighbor, hearing the numbers and seeing a plan are entirely different kinds of concepts. That's my comment. My question to you is, I believe you heard that there was some, also not on the plans, but a discussion of adding greenery, shrubbery, and so forth to help with privacy issues. Would that be something that would be helpful from your perspective, from the applicant's comments?
So the applicant was referring, I think, to the neighbors on either side of them, and I'm on the rear. So from that perspective, I cannot speak to the side element, but from a rear perspective, I think we would like to maintain the green nature of the neighborhood. So yes, it would satisfy me from a rear perspective, but I don't know that it would satisfy, if I can just say, the left and right neighbors.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, I just wanted to make a comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a question.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation, first of all. I just wanted to look at it from a different point of view as well about the greenery. Indeed, the applicant is at this meeting proposing to reduce some of the variances that he originally wanted to apply for. But one thing I do want to point out when it comes to greenery, no variances are being requested with respect to front yard or rear yard landscaping issues. So I just wanted to make that clear. And you
Yes.
understand that as well.
I do. I've seen the properties being on the back end, and it is filled with greenery that will probably, I don't see how the house can be put back without removing something. I do agree with your point that there is nothing in the application. I think an aerial view would show, especially in the summer, how much coverage there is.
Yeah, I am familiar with this area.
Yes.
And indeed, I agree with you that the beauty of the neighborhood is the greenery. But I also wanted to ask you the question, as the city grows, there are certain aspects of city life that we have to understand that may impact things like shadows, sunlight, oversight. We're living in a very dense urban area. We want to protect our neighborhoods, and that's why the committee's here, to protect neighborhoods and protect the integrity of the zoning bylaw. But sometimes we have to understand the context as well, and I think the public understands that.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and I think we see that with the city in general. We are no longer a suburb as Etobicoke used to be. We are becoming more urban, and there are a lot of benefits with that as well. I think my comment is, I oppose no one trying to build a nice home for themselves, but to try and keep it as consistent with the neighborhood as possible. So a house next to them may be small, theirs may be larger. And I understand what you're saying, that there needs to be adaptation just within minor variances would be.
And as far as procedure is concerned, indeed, we could defer, but the fact of the matter is we've heard a lot of evidence this morning too. So just keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker.
Yes, so we'll call Daphne Lobo.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Daphne Lobo, and I own the home at 67 ROYALAVON Crescent. It's directly south of the application. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Before I address the variances, and it's a lot of information today with all these changes. Okay, so I'm the neighbor who's come with the big privacy issue. Okay, before I address the variances, I need to bring something to your attention. So the initial review of the application was based on drawings that were factually incorrect. What we got in our notice that came to the house for us to come here has my house drawn 3 times longer than it actually is. By doing that, so if you look at the original, what was sent to us, okay, it was a misrepresentation which made the house, this application, look like it was appropriate for the neighborhood, and it also didn't highlight the huge privacy impact there is to us. So the public hearing notice works, the process works really well, because I contacted the city, and they did get new drawings, and the new drawing I include in my objection letter, because it shows 2 things. One, that the length, it far exceeds, so you see the new drawing now? It far exceeds my home, if you can point to it, because you can see it. And if you go to my objection letter, you can see how the privacy completely overlooks our patio, right? And we have a 6-foot fence. You can put some greenery there, but they are going, they've got a platform to their front door so they can completely oversee what is in our yard, okay? And they can say they're putting up greenery, but that yard is full of greenery. They want to remove a lot of it. So that is not a permanent solution because these are applicants who are willing to take down, request to take down a big city tree. So they're not opposed to taking down greenery. So we have a smaller house you can see beside. We have a patio right behind where we spend most of our time from May to October, right? It's where the family relaxes, is where we have dinner, is where we spend time together. The depth variance, which is 22% over what's asked, I know they're now reducing that, but I can't do the math that quickly, right? Or even visualize it. So I'm really requesting that we get new drawings before anything's done with this so the neighbors can actually see what's going to happen. But imagine this. We're on our back deck having dinner. And, every time they come and go, we will get disturbed. Every time there's a knock, 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 Amazon delivery, we will get disturbed. Every time there is a knock, 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 DoorDash delivery, we will get disturbed. This is a permanent privacy loss, which they are suggesting that we be put under. And this privacy loss and the impact will only get amplified as more deliveries become part of our life, right? As more and more things get delivered, more knocks, and people are going to come to that front door, and we will get impacted, okay? And I don't believe that the shrubbery is going to do anything about that. There are all 4 tests. If I went through them, and I went through them in my letter, I don't know that you would want me to do that here.
We've read the letter.
Okay, good, yeah. So they've failed on each one of those things, right? And mainly the first one, right? The intent of the official plan is to protect the privacy and enjoyment of outdoor spaces and to make sure there's appropriateness between neighboring properties. I'm not opposed to them building a large house on that lot, right? I'm opposed to them setting it so far back that they're impacting our privacy. This is a design decision that they're taking, which is just because they want to do a layout a certain way. They can amend that a little bit and take into consideration the permanent impact they would have on our home. So I came here asking for you to refuse this or defer it so they can make changes. Right now I'm asking that you defer this so they can put together drawings that all the things that they've said, because there's now like 4 changes to their variances, or 5, that they draw that up so we can see what the actual impacts are to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from panel members?
Just a comment. You do presumably recognize that even without requiring any variances at all, if this property was being built according to all the requirements of the zoning bylaw and there was no hearing today, a lot of the issues you raised would still exist. It would still be 4,000 square feet, be 17 meters deep. Due to the, it looks like your house and this one were built by the same builder. Okay. So there are going to be issues for you, whether these variances are reduced or even if they didn't exist. If there were no variances, you'd still be greatly impacted. I was just listening to all the issues you raised. They'd still be issues.
Yeah, the only impact I'm raising is their positioning of their front door. I get there's going to be mass.
Well, you raised much more than that. You talked about enjoyment of your backyard.
Yes,
this is going to impact your backyard.
No, but I'm
It's
telling you
where
where
it's going to be a two-story house instead of a bungalow.
No, but
it's going to go a lot deeper.
Oh, no, I get that.
Yeah.
If you bring up the drawing, please. My main impact, I understand they can do that. If they built this within code, I am completely fine. If they went as high as they could and they went as deep as they could because of the zone, yes, we're going to get impacted. That's the way, that's what life is in Etobicoke. I'm fine with that. I am saying that their 22% and 28% request for going deeper and more length is actually allowing their design to put their front door where they are. If they wanted, the 4,000 square feet within the depth and the length, they wouldn't be able to position their front door there. They would use up space. That's all I'm saying is just go within code, go big, right? But go within code, to make a beautiful home. And yes, I'm going to see, whatever the stucco or the siding or whatever it is, but that's just how it is in the city.
Okay.
But I would really like to see the drawings before this ever went forward, because we can't imagine these things.
Okay.
Right? We're not architects and we're not planners.
Yeah, I believe the revised drawings do show the changes and the proposed changes in the height, because that reflects their original revision.
Actually, it just has a red circle around it. They didn't redo the height. They didn't redo the drawings.
Okay.
I did go in and I looked at that.
Okay. It's the site plan that I think
It's a site plan.
that we need more explanation on. Sorry, Dominic?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to, again, thank you so much for your input. Do you believe, though, that the applicant has attempted, by the fact that he's suggesting these changes here, he's heard the community, perhaps not in a formal way, but he has understood some of the concerns of the neighborhood. The fact that he has come to us with 2 additional changes and here at the meeting another change. Do you not see any amelioration on the plan? You can't visualize it. That's what you're saying. You can't visualize the amelioration that he's trying to do. At the end of the day,
Correct.
though, as Etobian, the variances, even if those variances were not required to reconstruct this home or to construct a new home, do you think the impact would be the same?
I don't know, because I don't know how they would draw.
Would be any more adverse when we're living so close to each other? Now, I know that this area has very nice and generous lots, nice big homes and so on. But at the end of the day, do you think that even without variances, the issue of someone knocking on your door with all these deliveries that we're getting today at our home, do you think that would make a difference?
If they built to code, I do not think there would be an impact, because they would use their site better. They wouldn't push the door, they wouldn't push as far back.
Yeah.
Right? Because other houses have done it. We've got a lot of 4,000 square foot homes who do not push the house back.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I guess in retrospect, maybe the committee should have had the foresight to say, there are a lot of changes here, so rather than hearing it, we should defer it.
Yeah.
But this is where we're at right now, and I wish, if in a perfect world, he might have approached the community and said, "Listen, guys, I've got some changes that I want to make." Unfortunately, we're past that point now, but thank you.
The depth variance was a surprise to everyone, because that wasn't in the additional material. That wasn't. It's on the fly, and this is what I mentioned in the opening remarks: is that if it's substantially changed, we may wind up deferring it. That is still an option. It's unfortunate that we've gone through the whole process of hearing all the evidence, though. Unless there's any other questions, I would like to get the applicant back up. Are there any other speakers?
There's one more additional speaker. Dargal Angel.
If I can do...
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Dargel Angel, and I'm the owner of 65 ROYALAVON Crescent, 2 houses south of the new development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge you to refuse this application. The proposal failed all 4 tests under the Planning Act. I know today have some variants, you may consider later. My primary concern is the harmful precedent this will set for ROYALAVON Crescent. We anticipate multiple redevelopment on our street in the coming years. The variance you approve today will become the baseline for tomorrow's applications. Let me be direct about what is being requested. 5 separate variances ranging from 7% to 219% over permit maximums. Build deep, 22% over. Building length, 28% over. Exterior side wall height, 7.14% over. Floor space, 17% over. And the platform area, 219% over. The platform area variance, 219%, is more than triple what is permitted. This is not a minor adjustment. This is a systematic overdevelopment across many dimensional standards. Members of the committee, I understand that development will happen on our street. I'm not opposed to redevelopment. I'm opposed to overdevelopment that disregard the zoning standards meant to protect our neighborhood. The applicant can build a beautiful, substantial home on this lot within the zoning bylaw. They have chosen not to. Instead, they are asking you to grant 5 significant variances so they can build something substantially larger. My objection: letter outlines how this application failed all 4 tests under the Planning Act. More importantly, approving it will establish a precedent that undermines the very purpose of having zoning standards. I respectfully urge you to refuse this application or defer it for a redesign that conforms to the zoning bylaw. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if we can get the applicant back. Before you start on your rebuttal, and before we start the time clock on that, I just would like to pull up the site plan again. The revised site plan. And if you could explain the distance from, or what is the distance from the front, the dashed line, I believe, is the minimum front yard setback.
Yeah.
What is the distance between that and the front face of your garage on that drawing?
So that difference is 1.44 meter. Which
That
we-
is 1.4.
Yeah, that is what we were
So
planning
that's why
to
you're
shift.
proposing the 21.75.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're just going to slide that entire building 1.44 to the west?
Yes, sir. The main reason we pushed the house a little bit back was obviously it's going to make the street look much wider than what it is. So I think it was meant for the character of the neighborhood, but I guess the neighbors do not agree with that. So
Well, the neighbors are concerned with how far further yours is going to project compared to theirs, and that's understandable. So,
yes.
The thing is, I guess we can't really picture the 1.44 in relation to the other two houses at the back now. But anyway. Go ahead with your rebuttal, sir. I just wanted to clarify that first.
So honestly, I did hear the neighbors' comments, but the door entry, even if we would have come up with a smaller house, the door entry could have stayed the same. The door knocking issue and all those issues could have stayed the same. That would not have changed. The only thing that, so their privacy, I understand, I'm not disrespecting that, but would have been the same regardless. The length of the house does not determine how the privacy will be affected. The length of the house is something I can understand that they can feel the sun blocking the sunlight into their houses and all that stuff. But the owner of the house actually did some study online as well. He did some software to calculate that, and that shows that it will not be impacted by that much based on those software. But the height of the building is still maintained, or it's only 0.25 meter more than what is required. So
it's permitted.
It's permitted anyway. So only 0.25 meter is what we are going ahead. So I think that's minor in nature. Even if I would have stuck to 9.5, I would not have had that deficiency, and they would have not that concern, I guess. But the length of the building is something. Now I'm building a custom home, and we have done our best to accommodate that less than what is already been set in the neighborhood, which is more than 4,000 square feet. So we are actually going less than what is already been set in the neighborhood. We are not going more than that. Yes, the design of this house is how the client wants it, but I think that gives a character to this neighborhood, actually makes this street look wider than what the normal houses are, because those are completely flat right from the beginning of the houses. The backyard with this current layout is 51 feet. Now, I'm not here to challenge that or comment about that, but I think that's fairly enough for any kind of a neighborhood to have 50 feet, more than 50 feet in a backyard setback for the house. And if in reality, if I push the house more toward the backyard, and give them a longer driveway, it will actually give me more green area in the front yard as well. So in my opinion, I think that actually bringing more greenery to the neighborhood rather than taking the greenery out. Yes, obviously due to construction, we have to get rid of some trees, but obviously those trees will be replanted. So we are working to maintain the character of the neighborhood. We are not here to disturb any of the neighbor, because my client is not gonna make this house and sell it. His work is like literally 5-minute walk, not even drive, 5-minute walk from that house. And he intends to live there, and he wants to maintain good relations with all the neighbors. He's not there just to flip the property and move out of there. So obviously he understands all the neighbors' sentiments. But he has his needs. His parents are gonna live with him as well. The size of the house is entirely dependent, because his parents will be living with them in the same house. That's why we are doing all these things. And the design of the house, again, everybody has their own choice of how they want to design their house. They had a perception in the mind, if somebody doing a custom home, and if they can't even do a custom home based on their own design, rather buy a builder's house. Why to spend so much money and time on building a custom home? So I think based on the client's requirement, this design was okay with what it is. Yes, the privacy concern, the best we can do is provide them landscaping as I suggested. If there's some other kind of screening, like a wooden fence, but if I put too high of a wooden fence, it will just look weird in the neighborhood. So I think the green landscaping will be the best way to avoid any kind of privacy. The sound, unfortunately, like I said, even if I would have not increased the length of the house, that would have stayed the same, unfortunately.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any questions?
Just a confirmation.
Yes, sir.
Then on variance number 3, you are proposing 21.75. That's the other change that you're making.
Correct.
You're
going to reduce variance number 3 to 21.75.
Yes, sir. So it's going to match the
Right.
variance number 2.
You're looking at probably the building, the zoning notice. That's why the numbers are not the same. But anyway, number 3,
yes, sir,
you are proposing 21.75.
Number 3, we are proposing now 21.75. So we are pushing the house toward the street.
Towards the street.
So that can
and that's
reduce.
what I wanted you to maybe articulate.
Yes.
in public and also to the speakers who took a lot of time to be here this morning and explain to us.
Yes.
What does that do to the back wall? Just tell us. What's, I know what it does. What does it do to the back wall?
To the back wall of the
Yes.
house. Once you push that wall,
Right.
the door automatically goes 5 feet around front of the house. So the privacy concern that they have will be reduced. It will not be gone, but it will be reduced by at least 5 feet.
Right. So the depth into the backyard by changing it to 21.75 is not as much as you originally proposed.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think everybody understands that now. That back wall is now closer to the street.
I think that's the one that everybody was struggling with
Yeah.
because that
Yes.
wasn't represented in the drawing.
And
Yeah, it's
And that entrance,
obviously based on, I'm so sorry.
yeah, and
Obviously, based on that, the front door of the house will also be pushed another 5 feet, which is around 1.44
Towards the
meter,
street.
towards the street. So,
So
it
in
will be
relation
better
to-
than what is it right
in
now.
relation to your neighbor's house to the north, south, sorry, is that,
to the north, yeah.
which way have they got this? The top of the drawing, I don't remember what direction that is at this point. That's south, so that's unusual, okay. Usually you show north at the top, but anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
So the back wall of their house.
Yes, sir.
Is going to line up or be, like, will
Pretty
their front door now be closer to the street than their back wall of their house?
Exactly, sir. Exactly. So it will.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, he's in rebuttal and you're asking.
Not really, but we're just, well, I'm trying to get the applicant to explain it. It's his drawings.
Yeah. So the door is pushed 5 feet. Once it's pushed 5 feet, will it cross the boundary of that house? I don't know, to be honest, right
I
now,
know,
because
this is why-
that was never my concern. Like, even though I did show the neighbor's property over there, and she did mention that it was drawn wrong, but we were never supposed to show that. It was just the way the survey was done, and we just randomly throw that. So that's why we
your
fixed it up.
application requirements do ask that you show neighboring properties.
My apologies then. We were not aware that we did draw after her email. We did fix that as well, but I'm not sure about that distance, how far it will be, but it will be better than what it is right now.
Obviously.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I think
It will
that's-
not clear the backyard wall. Yes, obviously.
That's been the whole dilemma. Is
Yes.
we pictorially can't see what that impact's going to be.
It will still be behind their back
It will
wall
still be-
based on the look. If I look at the drawing, yes, it will still be
Thank you.
back.
So my only, given all the reductions, I've sort of, as people were speaking, I kind of digested all the changes that are being proposed here. And the only thing that still stands out as a concern for me is your building length. And do you have comparisons for the neighborhood that have examples of the length that you're proposing?
Not for the length, just for the square footage.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the square footage. It's, as I say, my last remaining concern is the length. And I was just wondering whether you had any statistics on that.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, thank you.
Can I suggest, panel, that we all take a look at the location map? Because there are a number of houses that would be at least as long, if not longer, than what's proposed here, I believe.
So 66 and 68 were recent properties
There's
sold.
been there are a lot of new builds.
A lot
on
of
the
new
street.
builds there, yes. And
Yeah, again, it's hard to,
Well, there's no precision to it, but just visually, I mean, I think the lady that last spoke at number 65, her house projects probably at least as far, if not further, into the rear yard as what you're proposing.
Really?
She's got a bay window at the back, double projected garage at the front. And then you look down at, well, I can see at least 3 or 4, if not 5. Pretty deep houses on this street.
okay. Are there any more questions for the applicant, or are we going to take this to committee? No?
Good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have a revision. The applicant has revised 3 of the variances at this point. Is that correct? I just want to, because 2 were revised earlier, and now there's a 3rd one that's being proposed. So that, okay. So it's three of the 7 would be revised. And we also still have the issue with forestry concerns on the driveway. Any discussion, or is anyone?
Chairman, I just wanted to indicate, as far as the variance number 7 is concerned with respect to the driveway and forestry, you know, definitely I don't speak for forestry or for transportation, but I think there's a middle ground there that can be reached. So as long as there's a forestry condition on that aspect of the application, I think I'm fine, because there is a way of working that driveway at 6.5 meters opposed to 6.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No? Excuse me. Anyone ready for a motion then?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to speak on this item. I struggle with this item as well. Many items, I think, that come before us we struggle with, and we take a lot of time, our time before coming to the hearing, to examine each of the variances, to review every report that staff sends to us to assist us in making an informed and knowledgeable decision, to familiarize ourselves with the urban character, urban structure, urban form of the area that the proposed buildings are here before us with variances being requested. And indeed, part of our job is to protect the integrity of the bylaw, to ensure that, you know, that bylaw is respected, and that we only look at variances that won't in any egregious way present adverse impact, especially to the neighbors on either side, across the street and behind. When I look at the revised application that's before us today, the 7 variances with the 3 changes that are being proposed, in my view, these are substantive changes that have been made to the application. On the revised application, I feel, having examined each of the variances individually and collectively, that the application is a good planning application. It's a good application for the area. I know it may not be a very popular position to take, but we're not here in terms of being good or bad or indifferent. We're here to make a knowledgeable decision that takes into account what the aspirations of the official plan, the zoning bylaw is, and also protect the neighborhoods, and also protect the client as well as the neighbors and particularly the adjacent numbers. And I'm confident, I feel very confident that this revised application with a revision that's being proposed to variance 5, variance 4, and variance 3 makes for a good planning application. I'm going to move that the application be approved subject to forestry.
Condition 1. Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a second?
As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Don. Is there, sorry, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, so it's carried on a 4-1. Thank you to everyone. I think this is one where I would have preferred to have seen it on the drawings, but it does make sense. Thank you. Item 7 has been deferred. Yeah, well, I'm going to suggest item 8, I'm going to have to exit anyway. So if you guys want to take a break now, and we'll come back to take.
I need to rehearse.
Okay. And yeah, Mr. Taylor will take over when we resume. Thank you. 5 minutes?
We'll be taking a brief break. At this time, I'm just going to mic check one person I don't have on the list, but let me just... Jesse Williamson? Hello, Jesse, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Hi, so are you for item 14?
130 Spear Street?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I just have, I guess, an incorrect name. I have William Williamson, so I believe.
Yeah, I go by William Alfred Jesse Williamson.
Okay, perfect. So we
I actually
have you
go by
on.
Jesse.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna resume now. So yeah. Okay, we will be resuming.
Okay, moving on to item 81451 Royal York Road. Purpose of this application is to permit a recreational use, yoga/Pilates studio, on the second floor of the existing commercial building. There's one variance. We have no agency comments or conditions. We have no public participation listed. Is that still accurate, Thomas?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Do we have anyone in the room or on
Oh,
the
so
phone?
no, we just have the agent in person, Stefan. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, we have the agent in person?
Yes.
That's it. Okay. You're
Hi
Mr. Stasu?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, maybe this is pretty straightforward, but I think we'd maybe benefit from your observations on why a yoga Pilates studio is as compatible as what's permitted on the second floor, which, as you know, is offices and photographers. So I think that's where our decision is going to hinge on our distinction between what's permitted and what you're proposing. So if you could maybe try and sell us on why yoga and Pilates is just as nice and pleasant an upstairs neighbor as an office or a photographer.
Of course. So the photography studio use is actually it's a site specific requirement based off of a zoning bylaw from the 1970s. And the current zoning bylaw actually permits a recreational use / wellness center on the site. So what this application is essentially doing is it's requesting a variance to a former bylaw to bring it into alignment with the current bylaw, with the permission in the current bylaw. So there's going to be no exterior alteration to the building. It's essentially just an application to permit the use on the second floor. And the reason that this application is being brought forward is because that former bylaw only permits the photography studio and an office use on the second floor specifically.
But if it complies with the current bylaw, why do you need a variance?
Because there's a site-specific exception on that site that actually brings the specific clause from that previous bylaw as a prevailing clause. So we still have to address it in order for that use to fully be permitted.
So the new bylaw still has this limitation to offices and photographers.
The new bylaw does not. However, when you look at the new bylaw, it immediately points you to this former bylaw that says that this is prevailing. So if you were to if you were to look at the current bylaw without looking at the previous bylaw or the previous clause, the use would actually be permitted. However, because of this specific clause in the former bylaw, it prevents the use from being permitted as of right.
Okay, so your issue is the new bylaw still reverts back to the site-specific 50-year-old bylaw.
That's right.
For whatever reason. Okay. Panel, any other questions or comments?
Chair, I had a couple of questions. This proposed yoga Pilates place takes about half the second floor, right?
A good portion of it,
Good
yes.
portion. Any idea, can you maybe give me a square footage or square meters of that area and what the capacity might be? Like, would there be, what, 2-3 classes, and how many, what would be the person load?
So in terms of the actual numerical size, I think it's about 212 or 214 approximately square meters in size. In terms of what will actually be required, in terms of classes per week or how many employees, full transparency, I'm not 100% sure. I do know that the site as it exists today has a surplus of parking. There are a lot of parking spaces that can accommodate this yoga/Pilates studio. However, the internal renovations that would occur would be specific to that,
So
west side of the building.
how many parking spaces are there on the site?
As it stands, I can't quite recall. Sorry, I'd have to go back to my notes and
Maybe the
have a
site
look.
plan shows, so there's maybe around 30, 32.
That's right, yeah.
My concern was the Renault Crescent residents, whether there's no connection to Renault. This is serviced directly off Royal York Road. And hopefully if you're going to Pilates class, maybe you're walking or bicycling to it. But I had a little bit of a concern, depending on the class size and so on, how many people would be parking on Renault Crescent and walking into the property. That was a concern. Now, I don't know whether we received any concerns from area residents, but we'll hear later. What other use in there generates parking demand?
I believe there are several uses at grade. There's a restaurant use, coffee shop, pizza shop, relatively small units that wouldn't require too many parking spaces.
A credit union is the main use on the ground floor, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you for now.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Then let's go into committee for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion, if I understood correctly, the incorporation by reference of the site-specific bylaw and the new bylaw. And yoga, Pilates sounds like a healthy thing. I believe that on that basis, the application for minor variance is consistent with the 4 tests. And I don't see any comments or conditions from any city department.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder for Ms. Popovic's motion?
I'll second it.
Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Don't stretch too hard in the Pilates class.
Okay, thank you. So item 9 is our next one, is it? Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, item 9, 201 Gamma Street. This is an application to construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, a new front porch, a new 2nd-story front balcony, and to extend the existing detached garage. There are 6 variances being requested, and the agent is online.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, hi. My name is Marie, and I'm representing the client, the owner of the house. So we are just requesting approval from the committee. Most of the variances are existing, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Does anyone need or want a presentation on this item? No. Okay, thank you. Any questions? No? No other speakers?
No.
No? Okay. Take it to committee then?
So with that, I'll move a motion for approval, as I believe the application meets the 4 tests and there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Belton. Seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. She beat you to it. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Item 10. Got the wrong page up, okay. Item 10, this is 26 through 38 Burnhamthorpe Road and 45 through 49 Burnhamthorpe Crescent. This is an application to modify the development standards from a previously approved bylaw and to permit a parking deficiency. Essentially, this is an application to change a proposal from townhouses to low-rise apartment blocks. There are 11 variances being requested. We have 5 letters of objection on file. Engineering and Construction Services has conditions of approval. Transportation Services also has a condition, and that's all we have. Okay. Agent is in person. Tyler?
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome. If we could get your presentation, please.
Sorry, is this on? There we go. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I missed your question.
Sorry, we'd like your presentation, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. If we can just go to the next slide. So, committee members, before you today is a proposal to permit a modified form of development that was approved through the OLT a couple of years ago. I was the planning consultant given evidence on that hearing, and what it was a missing middle project on a large property fronting onto a major street. As this committee's probably seen since this was approved, we now have the EHON study that's resulted in the major streets bylaw, which now encourages development of 6 stories or up to 6-story apartment buildings along major streets. We may have been a little bit ahead of our time with this application back in 2021 before the tribunal, but essentially today what we're looking to do is to convert 82 townhouses, which sit within 6 blocks, into 4 blocks of apartment buildings. We are not looking to increase the height of the buildings. We're not looking to increase density, floor space index, gross floor area. Many of the changes you see today are technical in nature, and I'm happy to walk through some of them. Can we just go to the next slide, please? On the right-hand side, if you could zoom in a little bit, this is diagram 3 from our site-specific bylaw. What was approved were 4 back-to-back townhouse buildings along Burnhamthorpe Crescent. You can see buildings A, B, C, and D. And then in the larger buildings to the south, fronting onto the major street, Burnhamthorpe Road, were stacked back-to-back. So stacked back-to-back, as you've seen before, sort of like an apartment building, but they have all individual entrances from the outside, as opposed to a central corridor. What our client would like to do is to change these buildings to apartment units. So there'll be consolidated entrances, there'll be a central corridor providing access to each of the units from the interior of the building, as well as providing elevator access from the underground parking garage to each of those levels, so to improve accessibility. And in doing so, allowing for a bit more variation in the types of units that we have on the site. So under the previous townhouse approval, these were larger 2-bedroom townhouse units or 3-bedroom townhouse units. Now we're looking to diversify that housing stock with a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units as well. If I can go to slide 7, please. So this is a side-by-side comparison of diagram 3. So these are some of the setback variances that are being requested through the committee. On the right-hand side in red, what the applicant would like to do is to take buildings A and B and consolidate them into one building, take buildings C and D, consolidate them into one building. What this does actually is opens up the setback or the separation distance between buildings, providing better views into and out of the site. You can see that between the two red outlines there. But in terms of everything else, the heights are the same, the density is the same. We still provide an increasing of front yard setbacks as we move from the east towards the west, towards the interior of the development. We still provide the same westerly side yard setbacks to the west. In fact, our client owns the property to the west and received recent approval for a fourplex in a rear garden suite on that site as well. Can I take you to the next slide, please? You will see that we have a variance request for an elevator pop-up or an elevator overrun. What this image is showing you here is a section of one of the buildings. What you see in purple is already permitted by the bylaw. That is not something we're seeking a variance from today. We're simply looking to increase the additional height required for the elevator overrun in green. So just that area on top is a 2-meter overrun. Previously, we didn't have the elevator come from the parking garage into the buildings. The elevators went from the parking garage to a centralized location in the courtyard, and then residents would walk from the courtyard to their individual unit entrances. Being that this is an apartment building now with a central corridor, we'd like to provide better access into the building, but also continuing to the rooftop. In the previous design, the rooftop was used as private outdoor amenity space for each individual unit. In this proposal, we're going to consolidate the rooftop amenity so it's accessible by all residents in the unit. Next slide, please. This is a rooftop plan of Building C, just to give a sense of how small the elevator overrun area is. It's approximately 9 square meters, well set back from the edges of the building. It won't be readily visible from the street. And just seeing my time, if I can go to the last slide, please. It's hard to get through 11 variances in 5 minutes, so I'll answer your questions when they come. We are looking for 3 parking variances. This is simply to bring the parking in line with current parking standards. So as this committee's probably heard, there's been a change in parking rates across the city of Toronto. We no longer have minimum residential rates, we have maximums. We still have minimum visitors, we still have minimum accessible. We're achieving those, but we're reducing the overall parking that was provided in the site-specific bylaw to conform or meet the current standards.
Thank you.
I'll stop and answer your questions.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have some questions, so I'm sure the rest of the material will come out that way. You're aware that transportation is requesting a justification parking study?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we did receive that letter yesterday. There was actually some good conversations back and forth between NextTrans and the city transportation engineer. They were looking for proxy sites.
Yep.
We submitted a letter yesterday afternoon with 4 comparable proxy sites for low-rise apartment or townhouse developments, all approved within the city of Toronto, although one's going to approval next week, with the same visitor parking rate that's being proposed here, which is the same visitor parking rate that's being required in the new parking bylaw.
Okay. The buildings that are being proposed on Burnhamthorpe Crescent, do we have an elevation that would show what that's being in your presentation somewhere?
Not in the presentation, no, I apologize. We could go to the plans. The architectural expression is the same as what was approved through the OLT in 2021. Same style of roof type, or same roof type style, same brick material, same window locations. It's really just, well, not window locations, apologies. There's more units.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with that street as opposed to Burnhamthorpe Road.
Okay.
As that is a residential street, and you've got single-family houses on the other side of that street.
Correct.
So I just wanted to know how that's going to interface with what's already there.
Yeah, so part of the argument that was presented when this was approved, and again, I gave that evidence, was that in the neighborhoods designation, we are permitted to have townhouse units up to 4 stories, walk-up apartments up to 4 stories, and detached houses. And that already deems itself to be a compatible built form with one another. So whether you have a townhouse face or a single detached face, those are compatible low-rise residential uses that can work together in a neighborhood setting.
Okay. Any questions from panel members? No. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think you sort of said this, but in my language, I take it this is triggered by market condition changes in the last 5 years?
That's correct. It's been trying times. I can also tell this committee this will be a rental housing project, which is also exciting. And the owners are very excited to get going in Q3 or Q4 with construction. We're well advanced through site plan approval. We just put a resubmission yesterday, which addresses the engineering condition that for the revised FSR. So it's nice to see some development trying to move forward in this market.
Well, the market tells them what they have to do, right?
Were the townhouses going to be rentals as well?
No.
So they didn't think so. Okay.
It would have been ownership, yeah.
Right.
So this is a pivot. We're seeing this in a lot of files across the city, even in high-rise buildings where.
So it's really a pivot, not just from form, but function as well.
I would say form to some degree. The interior has changed, but the massing of all these buildings, except A and B and C and D are being squished together and making two buildings, but the massing of the other buildings are remaining.
It's changed in terms of function in that what you're proposing now is a rental site as opposed to ownership.
Right, right.
And that would have been ownership in what form? Condominium? In the original?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think we have some other speakers.
Yes, so we have one registered and we have one more additional that's not on your list. They are in person. So we can start with the in-person if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have an Andrew.
Good morning. I think it's still morning.
Almost. Good morning, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrew Grovestein. My wife and I have lived at 67 BURNHAMTHORP Crescent with our two children since 2005. I'm also speaking on behalf of Chris and Jen Grant, who reside directly across the street from the proposed application at 54 BURNHAMTHORP Crescent. Let me begin by saying clearly, we support the City of Toronto's expanding housing options and neighborhoods initiative. We recognize the need for thoughtful intensification and additional housing supply. However, this particular application does not meet the 4 statutory tests required under Section 45.1 of the Planning Act for minor variance approval. I'm going to address each test directly. The first one is the variances are not minor. The applicant is requesting significant variances across all 3 primary building dimensions, the height, width, and length, in addition to a substantial change in density and parking supply. This is not a case of a single isolated variance. The proposal represents cumulative and material departure from the zoning framework. The original approval in 2019 contemplated 82 units. The current application seeks 116 units, just a substantial increase in density. At the same time, parking has been reduced from 142 spaces to 85 spaces. When taken together, increased massing, increased density, and reduced parking, these variances cannot reasonably be characterized as minor, either individually or cumulatively. The second test, the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land. The subject lot is constrained in size and configuration. The applicant is proposing oversized buildings on an undersized lot, exceeding bylaw standards by significant margins. The surrounding neighborhood consists of low-rise, ground-oriented housing. While intensification is contemplated under city policy, it must be compatible in build form and scale. This proposal introduces 4-story apartment-style buildings with sub-basement units, materially increasing the population density and massing beyond what is contextually appropriate for this site. Appropriate development must balance intensification with neighborhood compatibility, and this proposal does not achieve that balance. The third test, the variances do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The zoning bylaw regulates height, lot coverage, setbacks, and parking for a reason, to ensure appropriate scale, access, light, safety, and compatibility. Here, the applicant is seeking large variances across multiple performance standards simultaneously. The requested increase in building dimensions, combined with near maximized lot coverage, effectively circumnavigate the zoning framework rather than working within it. When the cumulative effect of the variances results in form of development substantially different from what the zoning contemplates, the general intent and purpose of the bylaw is not maintained. And the fourth test, the variances do not mean the general intent and purpose of the official plan. The official plan supports gentle density and compatible intensification. It does not contemplate placing high-density apartment-style buildings with significantly reduced parking and constrained lots in established neighborhood without regard for compatibility. In addition, the official plan emphasizes public safety and functional access. Burnhamthorpe Crescent has no sidewalks and contains open drainage ditches. Street parking is already tightly controlled due to these constraints. The reduction in parking from 142 spaces to 85, all of which are underground, creates a high likelihood of spillover parking onto the street that is not designed to safely accommodate it. This raises legitimate compatibility and safety concerns, which are planning considerations under the official plan framework. In closing, and to be clear, we are not opposed to development on this site. We support housing intensification when it meets the 4 statutory tests and respects the city's zoning framework. However, this application seeks substantial variances in height, width, length, density, and parking. Taken together, these are not minor. They are not desirable in this context, and they do not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw, and they do not maintain the intent of the official plan. For those reasons, we respectfully request the committee refuse this application. Should the applicant choose to resubmit a proposal that meets the 4 tests and aligns with the zoning standards, we would welcome a compatible form of development. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question. You're using the number of 142 parking spaces. Just wondering where that came from?
That was in the applicant's, with a minimum city number required. So it combines visitor, residential, and other parkings.
Okay, because I think the minimum required is 113 residential spots.
Yes, so this was encompassing of all the types of parking.
I see.
Including visitor and handicapped.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from Don?
Sir, were you a party to the Ontario Land Tribunal process in 2019? Were you a party to the Ontario Land Tribunal approved the townhouse on this component?
Right, I was not.
Were you a party to that process
No, I was
at all?
not.
Because did you participate in the original applications for redeveloping this site?
I did not participate. No.
This is your first time?
Correct.
Doing a great job.
Yes, sir. Okay. Any other questions? No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have a speaker online as well.
Yes, I'm connect them now. Here, go ahead, Valerie. Can you hear us?
Oops, we got some feedback.
I would say mute the video in the back, Valerie. We can hear feedback.
Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I wonder if I could take a little bit of a slant on this whole application, for which I'm totally against, by the way, to just give you a wee bit of background as well, because the gentleman was asking about the tribunal, which I attended the whole thing for 8 days, and was the environmentalist that spoke. And we had an excellent group of planners and forestry people, environmentalists, a lawyer, plus the backing of the city, who had turned this plan down 3 times, which is why they were at the tribunal. And much to the shock of everyone, the judge stated, "Oh, let him have it." No compromising on anything, space, parking, and particularly on the trees. We were very upset in the village. I'm a member of the village. I live at 38 Burnhamthorpe Crescent, which is 30 yards opposite this lot. And I have been here for 36 years. I'm also a board member of the Islington Residents and Ratepayers Association. And we fought a long, hard, and bitter fight against the unsuitable proposal, the first one, and it was turned down, as I say, 3 times by the city. We were very concerned about the fact of stacked townhouses, which were really not in keeping, as the gentleman said, with the neighborhood. And many of the trees, by the way, were over 125 years old. However, despite all that, and this is 6 years ago, the developers suddenly moved in and slaughtered all the trees, demolished the existing homes, 9 in total, and left behind an ugly wasteland that has been like that for almost 7 years.
Oh, yeah.
And these new variances still offer no green space, inadequate parking, and mostly an increase in units, as the gentleman explained, from 82 to 116. I would explain, as I live on Burnhamthorpe Crescent, but the first part, which is a one-way street with no parking and a school. The other part, as the gentleman said, is with ditches, no sidewalks, and pedestrian safety has always been a concern. Burnhamthorpe Road, nobody has mentioned this, is endlessly jammed and busy because of the intersection at Burnhamthorpe Road, Dundas and Cordova, just down the road a few hundred yards. It has become the worst intersection in Etobicoke. The new variances make the development even more suitable for the area, especially as the gentleman said, also the lack of parking. I can assure people who, particularly people who are resistant, that you need a car to live around here. There is nothing. There is no supermarket, few shops, nothing walkability about it whatsoever. And the elderly, of which I'm one, disabled or have small children, need a car to get about, to go anywhere. And the subway doesn't work for them. One line only and a long walk. So I am very much against these variances. I think it hasn't been looked at from the past happenings, what has been going on in the village. 250-year-old village, by the way. We are a residential area, as the gentleman said, of single family homes with many beautiful trees. This was the first encroachment on the village, and it was highly unsuitable, as the city said. So this is very not suitable for this area at all. And all of these people, where are they going to go? Where are they going to put their cars? There is one small car park in front of the church, which is now a school playground. The school is a German international school, a big school, and it has changed the face of this area as well. Nobody has mentioned that. So I would respectfully say that this is just not suitable according to all the things that the former gentleman said, and the fact that the residents are totally opposed to it. Absolutely, totally. And we have tried very, very hard. And we are, as he said, quite able to accept townhomes on the edge of the perimeter. If only he had left a single tree, it would have helped. And planting trees does not work, as we all know. They are sticks. These were 125 years old. So please, respectfully, I ask the committee to consider that this is, again, a most unsuitable situation. And the
thank you, Mr.
variants
Gibson.
are impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No? Okay. Do we have any other speakers, Thomas?
No, that's it.
No? Okay, so if I can get the applicant to come back then.
Hi.
So you've heard some concerns, if you would like to address some of those.
Yeah, so I think one telling argument here is that, yes, city planning was opposed to the initial application back in 2019, went to the hearing in 2021, but a lot has changed in policy context, especially the EHON results and the Major Streets bylaw, which is why planning has no concerns with the amount of variances before this committee today. They've gone through each of the variances before you. They've repeatedly said they have no concerns. And I think that's reflective of the changing environment that we have in city planning today and trying to bring new low-rise residential housing to neighborhoods, particularly along major streets.
Okay. Burnhamthorpe Crescent isn't a major street, so can you...
Yes, so even in the official plan, it's recognized that lots fronting major streets and lots perpendicular to the extent of those form part of that major street. So the consolidation of lots, and this was the evidence given to the tribunal and accepted already, all represents one large lot fronting onto a major street.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to say?
No, unless there's any further questions.
Well, there may be. I just wanted to make sure you got your time, that's that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, any questions from panel members? Don?
Are you and your client aware of the implications on your property of the recently approved Major Streets Official Plan Amendment and the implementing bylaw 1062-2025, both approved by the OLT last year?
Yes, yes.
And what permissions would be incorporated into those new planning documents that relate to this development?
So as a result of that Major Streets bylaw, apartment buildings up to 6 stories in height are now permitted. Up to 60 units per building are now permitted. We are maintaining the 3-story apartment building height that was approved by the tribunal. So we're significantly less than what one could do on the site.
That's what I thought. Just wanted you to confirm.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. We'll
Thank
take
you
that
very
to
much.
committee. Okay, we're down to 4 panel members as Dominic had a conflict. So any discussion, or is anyone ready for a motion?
I think maybe just to kick off some discussion, if we want any. I think the most significant event that relates to the development of this property is the recently approved Major Streets Official Plan Amendment and implementing zoning bylaw. And my feeling is what's being proposed here is considerably less intensive and less dense than what the current planning policy is for this area. Could be a 6-story apartment building. It's not. It's a low-rise apartment building. So that's influencing my thinking on this substantially.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and I guess my initial reaction to this is, we're going for a proposal that's coming from townhouses, going to low-rise apartments. And, is the Committee of Adjustment the right venue for doing such a change? But given that context, and given the context that we're now talking about rental units, that eases my mind a little bit about the parking, because if these were owned units, I would still have a major concern in terms of the parking shortfall.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add as well to what you both said, that I think this application is a good compromise between the previous OLT decision and with the new Main Street rules that apply. So on that, to me, I think it's a good application.
Okay.
And if there's no other discussion, I'd move a motion.
I have a comment.
Okay, go for it.
My comment is that I note that community planning has weighed in with no objection, that engineering services has weighed in with no objection, subject to a condition, which would be applicable. And then in the additional materials late last night or recently, the Transportation Review also indicated they do not have a concern. So that.
Well, they do actually have a concern, and
With variance number 9.
yeah, with the parking issue. And initially, I was tempted to defer this until we actually got the parking study from the applicant, the justification study. But I think transportation is suggesting that if we approve this, we impose that as a condition, so that if they cannot do a justification for that parking reduction, transportation will deny this. And they'll be back.
And that's a separate line of process that the applicant has to pursue.
Ready?
Sure, well, unless...
So with that, there's no other comments? Good, okay. So with that, I'd move a motion for approval, as I do believe the application meets the 4 tests, and it's a good one. And then subject to the February 10th, 2026 Transportation Review Memo and the January 28th, 2026 Development Review Memo and the conditions they both contain.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Don. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval then. Thank you to the applicant and to the deputants. And someone can find Dominic. Oh, yeah. No. What? Oh, no, we're item 11, not 12, okay. So item 11 is our next item, and that is .317 Riding Avenue. This is an application to construct a new multiplex containing 4 dwelling units and to convert the existing garage into a laneway suite. There are 3 variances being requested. Planning has 5 conditions of approval in the event that we approve. Transportation is requesting 3 conditions of approval in the event of approval. Forestry is requesting condition 3. Metrolinx has advisory comments, and we have 3 letters of objection. And Marco Vieira is the agent.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we just want to note there's 7 variants for this.
Sorry?
7 variances for this, in the revised, yeah.
Did I not say 7?
I think you said 3.
Oh, God, no, I misread it. Sorry, 7 variances, yeah. Sorry, I've got 7 in my notes. I don't know why I said 3.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Good
My
morning.
name is Marco Vieira. I'm the agent. I'm at 257 Dunraven Drive.
Okay, Marco, I think we're going to need a full presentation on this item.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair, the application before you is to construct a new multiplex containing 4 units in the main building and using the footprint of the existing concrete block garage to convert into a laneway suite in the back. The proposal takes in part the positioning of the current existing house to establish the front of the building. Where the current concrete porch is where a portion of the main wall is to be located, even though the entrance to the 2 units has been pushed back to line up with the existing property at 317A to the west of us. We actually did this to minimize the impact in the rear yard. And by doing this, we fully comply with the soft landscaping in the front and in the rear. The second variance is tied to the easterly side yard. And that is because we've got openings on that side. All window openings have been directed to the park. So there's no windows facing the westerly side or the adjacent properties to the west of us. We feel that keeping the existing side yard setback in that location without any openings was actually better in terms of privacy or potential issues with window locations and overlook into adjacent properties. The larger depth that this current lot has suggests that having a front yard fully sodded and a rear yard that fully complies with sodded area was appropriate configuration for the positioning of the building. The 3rd floor was recessed in. This was done as we discussed the proposal with planning. They did have a concern with regards to a portion of the variance number 5, which had to do with wall height in the front of the building. As a result, we've pushed back the 3rd floor to 1.4 meters to partially remove that section of variance number 5. And the second portion of that variance is tied to the proposed enclosure of the rear stairs. So opposed to trying to do a metal stairs that we find that it's quite an eyesore, and potentially could lead to concerns with code, we decided to enclose the stairs in the rear. That is in part why it triggers the building depth of the additional 2 meters that we are asking for, and that is to contain the stairs enclosed and still maintaining the proper setbacks from the building to the new or the altered laneway suite in the rear yard. The proposed height for the main floor, it's an existing condition. There is a 2-riser difference from front of the house to the back of the house within the existing house. So we decided to keep the 1.3 meters. I believe that's a 4-inch increase, 0.10 to the vertical height, which is still in compliance. It's a negligible difference and no impact to adjacent neighbors. And the garden suite, as I previously mentioned, is to use the footprint along the main floor to basically create the ground floor of the unit and then build in line on the westerly side and the easterly side to achieve 3 bedrooms on the second floor while still maintaining a covered carport parking area essentially below the second floor portion of the laneway suite. I believe that given the lot size, depth, and the location, the fact that we have a lane to the east of us and to the rear of us, already existing 3-story buildings to the south of us with multiple units. We do acknowledge that we have the railways lands to the south of it, and the fact that we've got close proximity to transit, public transit, and currently the existing houses along Ryding Avenue towards Runnymede to the west, they all have varying front yard setbacks and staggered effect along the streetscape. So we believe that this proposal does not impact the adjacent properties because the front yard is being triggered with 1 setback without being able to average existing side yard setbacks on either side. And we feel that given that we are trying to do multi-units, 3 dwelling, well, actually 4 dwelling units with 3 bedrooms,
Okay, Mark, I'll just
allows
get you to wrap
families
up,
to move
please.
into the area. Sorry?
Just going to get you to wrap up.
Yeah, certainly. So I do believe that the proposed variances are minor and that the proposal does meet the 4 tests for this location.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. There were 3 letters of, are there any other speakers?
No, we have none registered.
Okay. There were 3 letters of objection. One of them was addressing the front yard setback and, their view from the house next door. Can you just address that briefly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I did review the 3 letters. One was partly with regards to parking, which it's not part of the bylaw in terms of the requirements for it, so I won't speak to that. The one that we were paid careful attention to was the one from 317A, which is to the west side of us. Just with regards to the front yard, I'm not sure if they had a chance to look at the site plan, but the house isn't being pushed any further than the current.
The 2 houses basically line up. I mean, their concrete porch lines up with the front face of your...
Yes, and the as of right depth or length in this case would significantly increase past the adjacent property just because it currently has a smaller footprint and it's closer to the street than some of the other houses towards the west of us.
Okay.
So, and keeping the whole rear yard landscaped, we believe that we've done well to make sure that there's room for landscaping and maybe some trees in order for the neighbors to have still a partial view of the park without having additional windows overlooking their property.
Okay. I do want to come back to parking. You're proposing 1 parking spot?
Yes, we are.
And the entrance to that would be from the laneway that's to the east of the property?
Correct.
Not from the laneway that's at the rear?
No.
Okay.
And that's how the existing garage configuration works. It's from the left side. From the back is too tight. And that's partly why we removed some of the concrete block wall that's there, just to reduce the visual intrusion onto that corner.
Okay, understood. Any questions from other committee members? No? Okay, and we have no other speakers?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's take it into committee. Anyone want to do some discussion, or is anyone ready for a motion? So we have 7 variances. We have quite a few conditions being requested.
If there's no interest in a discussion, I'd be prepared to table a motion. If that's okay with you, Mr. Gully? Ms. Popovich? Okay. Yeah, I think this is a very nice, nicely addresses the expanding options for housing in neighborhoods. I find the variances to be reasonable, minor, sensitive, respectful of the context. And I meets all the other tests under the Planning Act, in my opinion. I would move approval subject to urban forestry condition 3, transportation review conditions, there are 3, and the 5 community planning conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Natalia. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr.
Members of
Vieira.
the committee, have a good afternoon.
You
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, item 12, and I'm just going to wait a sec while we grab our remaining committee member. So item 12 is 72 Edgecroft Road. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 4 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3. Planning has requesting a condition in the event of approval, and transportation is requesting 3 conditions in the event of approval. And we have our applicant in person. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent here on behalf of the owners.
Okay, I don't think we need a full presentation. You want to give us a brief overview perhaps, and then we'll open it for questions if that's okay with you.
Yeah, no problem. So as you mentioned, it's a single-family dwelling. 2 of the variances are being generated by, we have an excavated porch underneath. So when you excavate a rear porch, it becomes part of building length, building depth, but our above-grade massing is as of right. It's kind of a silly part of the bylaw, but it is what it is. Whether it's excavated or not, it's still there. The coverage is also generated by this rear porch. What the owner decided to do, instead of doing sort of a house and a cabana and an exterior scaping outside, it's all kind of wrapped up underneath this porch, which is sort of in keeping with the neighbors and their development next door in terms of total disturbed area. So all in all, I think it is pretty minor. We did go through the neighborhood. There's no shortage of development on Edgecroft alone, let alone on the neighboring streets. So our variances are pretty much in keeping with sort of the development trend that is happening. And we seek your approval.
Thank you.
Well, I'll also add that, yeah, we're aware of the conditions of approval. The planning, that's exactly what I just mentioned. We're totally fine with that because the building length is generated.
They're going to tie it to your drawings.
And the transportation is just all technical matters, which is pretty straightforward with the pole and the culvert.
Okay, perfect. And just double check, there were no other speakers?
That is correct.
Okay, great. So let's take it into committee.
So with that, I'd move a motion for approval, as I do believe the application meets the 4 tests, subject to the conditions in the transportation review, environment, climate, forestry, and planning memos.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Don Beecham this time.
sorry.
Mr. Taylor? All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you.
Sorry, you had forestry and transportation?
And planning.
Forestry, transportation, planning.
Transportation review,
Okay.
environment, climate, forestry, and planning?
Yeah, I just didn't hear planning, so.
Okay, item 13, 88 Ashbourne Drive. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 8 variances being requested, 3 of which have since been revised and reduced. Transportation is chiming in as they are okay with the revision, with the revised proposal. Forestry is requesting refusal, or in the event of approval, condition 1. And we have 2 letters of objection. 13. Michael? Okay, can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Hello.
Okay, no worries. If you could do a presentation for us, please.
Presentation on behalf. I changed everything according to.
Sir, could you stand a little closer?
Sorry.
Could you stand a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I really don't have a presentation. I just came to say.
Okay.
I'm building a house based on the neighborhood and what was approved on the neighborhood, and I built it where I want a garage on my street, which is 88 Ashbourne, not adjacent, where in the backyard where there's a school right behind me, and that's where the bus route is.
Okay.
So it's a safety issue, I said from the start. So I actually built the garage into the house, which is a little bit bigger of an area, instead of separate in the back, a pad.
Okay, I just want to go over some changes, given
Sure.
that you do have a couple letters of objection.
Sure.
So you're reducing variance 1. Just want to confirm we got the correct numbers. So you're now proposing 37.54 coverage, or 257.12 square meters, as opposed to 41.29.
Correct.
And you're also reducing variance 5. So the dwelling length will no longer be 25 meters, it'll be 20.68.
Correct.
And you're reducing building depth, which is variance 6, from no longer 24.67, but now 20.27.
Correct.
Okay. And just also for the record, you've eliminated, or you've removed, there was an outside washroom or something that was in your
Correct.
drawings. You've removed that
Correct.
from your proposal. Okay. Just wanted to summarize all the
thank you.
changes, because we just went through that with an item here where I think a lot of people were confused as to what was actually being
Correct.
proposed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, or no? Okay, do we have any other speakers?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, okay. I thought we did, all right. On that, I'll ask you to take a seat and we'll take it into committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So panel members, revised application. Forestry is requesting condition 1 in the event that we approve. Unless someone wants to ask the applicant about how they're dealing with forestry, I forgot about that. No?
Sure. How are you addressing?
Sorry, can we get you, yeah, I
come back.
forgot about the, so forestry wasn't too happy, you just wanted to know where you're at with discussions with them.
I haven't talked to the forestry. They just brought this up. This tree, they put a city tree. I thought it was my tree, and then the city guy came last year to cut it down because branches fell, and you could see it's a weathered tree. And I argued it with him. I said, "No, this is my tree." He goes, "No, this is city tree." I go, "Okay, fine."
Well, then let them deal with it.
So, and I go, "Thank God, yeah, you deal with it." But they put a tree right where a driveway on 88 Ashbourne. Like my street name is 88 Ashbourne, not Swan. Why would they plant a tree right where in front of a house? Like park it to the side. And but it's a dilapidated tree. It's an old tree. The guy even said he was going to knock it down or cut it down, but I don't think they'll have an issue with
Okay,
with
so you're
that.
prepared to deal with them on the tree issue?
Yeah, again, I could leave the tree there, say, okay, this old tree, and put a parking in the back. But it's a bus route. I showed pictures. I don't know if you have it, but there's buses right behind me.
I'm trying to pull it up.
And there'd be the second, maybe go down. Yeah, you can see there, right there. And if you zoom in the back, maybe there's buses behind there too. That's a school, and you can see the bus there. So if I were to put it right adjacent to it's like,
right,
it's a disaster, especially when school comes out.
What school is that?
It's Westwood.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're just south of Burnhamthorpe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So hopefully I have no problem with this tree because it's,
Well,
I don't know who would I talk to. I guess I would have to go to forestry
for forestry, at the very least, we're going to impose a condition that you're going to have to go to them to deal with that tree and how you propose to protect it or injure it.
protect it. I don't think it's got to be protected, but.
Well,
You'll work it out with them.
It's a city tree, so you don't have the authority to touch it.
I know it's a dilapidated city tree that's dangerous.
I know, but they get to make that call, so
Oh.
you'll have to.
So don't
contact
touch it.
Urban.
No, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not touching. I just don't want to go and put something in the backyard because they say, "Oh, don't touch a tree." Now I got to build a garage in the back,
Okay.
and have a safety issue, which
Right.
I don't want.
Fair enough. Good.
I think it outweighs the tree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, back to committee. Sorry about that.
So, Chair, I just had a question with respect to the development engineering comments of February the 4th. I'm not sure whether those comments, and this is directed more to the Secretary Treasurer. Thank you so much for speaking. Yeah, you're good. Those conditions still apply. I guess there are some changes made, but I don't think that changes the conditions that they want to impose on the February 4th.
I don't think they're asking for, they're not asking for conditions.
I have development engineering conditions February the 4th. That's revised. Actually, it's revised comments.
There were two,
Right.
yeah, February
So when they
4th and
revised
January
them,
30th.
they don't have any more conditions. They just said no objection.
Okay,
Right.
great.
Yeah, they withdrew their conditions on the revised.
So, Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
As long as there's no further discussion. Chair, I'm prepared to move authorization of the variance being requested on the revised application. I believe the revised application has ameliorated the plan to a point where it, in my view, meets all of the tests under the Planning Act. I'm going to move approval subject to forestry condition. Forestry conditions, he can work it out, whether it's 1 and 2 or
They're
1
only
or
asking
2.
for one, but that's,
So, forestry condition 1. Thank you.
okay. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. I'm sure. What's the score, by the way? We wanted to know what the score was of the hockey game, but it was 1-0 when I left. So was it 2-0 now? Okay, thank you. Canada, of course. Just checking. So item 14, 130 Spear Street. This is an application to construct a shed in the rear yard. There is one variance being requested. Ravine and Natural Forestry Protection has advisory comments, and we have no other comments. And the applicant, William Williamson, is online.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't think we need a presentation. If you're good with us just asking any questions, if we have any.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Perfect. So having said that, panel members, does anyone have any questions? No. And I'm assuming, Thomas, we have no other speakers?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's take it into committee.
Unless there are any comments, I'm prepared to move. So I'm satisfied the application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Seconder?
Yes,
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Hope it was worth the wait. Okay, item 15, 31 Elton Crescent, an application to construct a new detached garage in the rear yard. There are 2 variances being requested. Forestry was requesting refusal, or in the event of approval, forestry condition 1. There are some additional comments from forestry that came in recently as well. And I have some questions on the site plan, but we'll get to that in a minute. So where is our applicant?
We have the applicant virtual, and we also have an additional speaker that's on the list.
Okay, so Babak Nagash is the applicant.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Babak Nagash.
Okay, good afternoon. Before you start, and I will ask you to do a presentation, I have some questions for you, but let me pull up the site plan first. Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, Plan A1-1. I think you have some errors on your labeling of the plan. You've got, it's showing 2 existing driveways and 2 existing curb cuts, which I believe should be proposed curb cut and proposed driveway.
Actually, that's the old one has been removed already. So it's been noted on the site plan, which is the old driveway and curb cut that's been removed. That's
Okay.
the old, and it was part of the survey. That's why we showed it.
Okay, so
the proposed is the back of the property, 2 garage with 1 curb cut.
okay, but you've got that labeled as existing.
Which one? Right now, there's an existing curb cut to the pad.
Next
of
to the house.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that.
It
But
says existing asphalt driveway to be removed and replaced with sod.
that's fine. But on the right-hand side of the site plan, you have existing asphalt driveway. I'm assuming that's not existing.
No, that's there's the existing one.
Okay, I know there's an existing one. I'm asking you, the one that you have labeled, the second one that you have labeled as existing, I'm assuming should say proposed. Is that correct?
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay, so I just want to make those corrections. And the
Correct.
same applies to the curb cut for that driveway, correct?
Correct. You're
That
absolutely
curb
right.
cut does not currently exist.
The curb cut exists partially. It has to be extended.
Okay,
You are right.
okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. So when you're ready, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Yes, I'm representing the owners on this property. They're wishing to have the double car garage at the rear of the property. The property is 8-meter frontage on the ELTON and 42-meter depth, which is a skinny property. That's why the 2-car garage, a standard 2-car garage, exceed the zoning bylaw. And we are seeking for approval of the side yard setback of 1.2 meter. That's a variance number 1. And additional of the 3.53%, 3.5% additional coverage for this garage. The owner wishing to get this variance approved because they want to have security and privacy of the garage and access to the house basically right now because of the problem of the vandalism and the car theft in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And we have Andy Choles as a speaker.
So, Mr. Chair, we do have the additional person in chambers.
Oh, in
so
person?
we can
Okay.
do that one first.
Sure, let's do
So
that.
we have Musa.
Good afternoon. Could we
Good
just
afternoon.
Get your name and address, please?
Musa Talil, number 2, Elton Crescent.
Thank you.
I'm just here in support of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And just to clarify for you, I know it's going back and forth, on the far right where the dark area is where the new proposed garage is going to go,
Yeah.
there actually is a curb cut there already.
Okay.
And then where the old one is, the city already
Already
covered
closed
that
up?
already. It's
Okay.
already closed up.
Perfect.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Now we know what's going on. Okay. It was just a little confusing. Anyone else, or can we go to Andy?
Nope, then I'll connect to Andy now.
Okay, Mr. Choles.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Choles. I live at 12 Jasmine Avenue, right across from 31 Elton. I'm also a board member of the LBNA. I'll be referring to some images in a file in the AIC titled Letter of Objection from me. I'd like to commend my neighbors for applying for a permit to do this build. A couple of families around the block I live didn't feel the need to have such a permit, just decided to proceed with the work. I received this notice for 31 Elton, and I was a little frustrated that the material presented doesn't quite accurately represent things on the ground today. The survey is included. It shows the property was as it was 30 years ago when we moved into our home. The property has changed, especially after September 2018, when the Committee of Adjustment approved a renovation of the home that included a changed location for the parking, moving it to the east end of the lot. The photos included by the applicant on the AIC website have one shot from the extreme west end of the property, which shows a large tree that I'll be discussing, but doesn't give good reference to how this tree fits into the build. All other applicant photos leave this tree just out of the viewfinder. The drawing of the build leaves trees out completely, and as I said, I found that troubling. The pictures that I have on my letter of objection, just a little backstory there. We experienced some very heavy winds several days in February 2024, and a large branch of the tree on the left picture there, the right tree in front of the house, it blew off there. You can see it on the road, knocked out my hydro, sparks everywhere. Road was closed for a while. It was quite the spectacular sight. Then we got things fixed up with my hydro, and I had high hopes that little pruning of that tree could solve the issue. But the following summer, Urban Forestry found that tree was unstable and elected to take it down. So unfortunately, that tree is now gone. The second tree that's shown on the left picture, the left picture there, either of them in the backyard that I'm referring to today is a very large tree, as you can see in the left photo of the second photo. On the survey, this tree has a canopy that completely covers the backyard of number 31, extending past the lot line to the south and the east. The branches extend all the way across Jasmine Avenue to the north. The present owner moved in a few years back, and I believe I introduced myself in our first extended conversation while he was having the fence installed. I didn't begrudge my neighbor wanting a little more privacy, but I was concerned about that tree. It was a friendly enough conversation, and he assured me he was as interested as I was in keeping that tree healthy. The fence went up, and the tree seems to have survived just fine, so we're both happy. Prior to the present neighbors buying this home, the previous owner did some renovations. As I mentioned, they started in 2018. I've included that plan approved by the COA, stamped September 26, 2018. I don't think they started on the parking pad until the summer of 2020. That's just according to the dates I have on the photos that I've included here. Looking at the plan, there was to be a single driveway measuring 8 foot 6 inches or 2.6 meters, leading to a parking pad at the east end of the lot. If you go to the next one, there's a bit of a zoom in. The large backyard tree is shown in this plan, as I've indicated with the red arrow. The blue arrow points to the parking pad. This photo with the zoom in on the driveway and parking pad, there's a notation beside the tree indicating the diameter of 1.1 DT. There's a separation from the driveway marked at 6.07 meters. This setback corresponds to what's stipulated in the tree declaration form for a distance for the tree protection zone to extend around a tree that is 91 to 100 centimeters diameter at breast height. I would add the urban forestry in their latest letter submitted yesterday described this as a 130 centimeter diameter breast height tree. This 6 meter setback is as close as the driveway is to come to that particular tree. There never was a tree protection zone around this tree during construction. The next few pictures, taken in the summer of 2020, show the driveway and the parking pad going in. The contractors were not all that careful about this tree during construction, which attracted concern from a few of the neighbors. If you just pan down to some of those pictures on the same page there, there should be, that's the driveway going in, and the next page we have a pile of roots on the road. That did a little bit of attention from the neighbors, and a call went into forestry, who attended shortly to ensure more care would be taken. There are pictures showing the construction, which, while the original plan was for an asphalt driveway going right to the south property line, that was changed to paving stones. I believe that was to allow water to better permeate the ground. There is a patch of asphalt closer to the road, as shown in the applicant's pictures, but the paving stones are used further up the driveway and the entire parking pad. This is shown in my pictures and that of the applicant. The applicant's drawing incorrectly shows a double existing asphalt driveway measuring 19 feet or 5.8 meters running from the road to the
Andy,
all
I
the way
think
to the
we
garage.
clarified that it's not an existing driveway that's mislabeled on their drawings.
Yes, it's a single existing driveway.
Okay.
They're proposing a double existing driveway, which would come far too close to that tree that I've been talking about.
I think we get that. Sorry, can I get you to wrap up as well, please?
Okay, forestry has recommended turning this down completely. The LBNA would request a deferral of this application rather than refusal to give the applicant opportunity to work with urban forestry. Of the utmost respect for our neighbors across the road. They're decent people who have lot configurations is very challenging. Hopefully they can work out something with urban forestry that'll give them a more suitable parking solution without threatening this large backyard tree.
Thank you.
The double drive won't work.
Thank you.
Something with a single drive.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if we can get the applicant back. Is there any, I'm assuming there's no other speakers?
And that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Andy.
so obviously there's a concern over that city tree. The forestry has expressed their concern as well. If you could address that, if you could clarify, is there an existing driveway there now?
There is an existing single driveway right now.
But it's not to the width that you've shown on your site plan?
Yes, that's correct. So we are working with the forestry, with the application, and provide some configuration to maintain the tree, TPZ of the tree and protect the tree.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to give you your 5 minutes to do your rebuttal, and then we'll come back to that forestry issue. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so can I go on?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're working with the forestry for this tree to protect it and the construction of the driveway, and maybe we change the material, no asphalt, some environmental friendly pad to make sure we maintain we don't injure that tree and we maintain the health of the tree. So there would be the application going to the forestry. We are in communication with the forestry, but we understand that. So the pad could be any material to allow the water to go through and make sure the tree is safe. So this is we are seeking for approval based on the condition of the forestry approval, basically.
Okay, thank you. Do you know the distance from what you're proposing for the driveway to the tree itself?
Is about 10 feet, 3 meters, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Just want to, forestry had additional comment. recently submitted additional comments, so I might want to pull those up. Okay, but let's just, it's the most recent correspondence from them, so I just wanted to look at that. So they're still saying their preference would be refusal, but in the alternative, submission of a complete application to permit injury or removal of city-owned tree. So standard condition 1.
Chair, if I'm correct, there are no comments from Transportation Services or Development Engineering. We have correspondence from Forestry, which has been a major part of the discussion this afternoon on that. The two variances that are before us relate really to lot coverage and setbacks. So I think those are the two variances that are before us, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So Chair, on that basis, unless there's any further discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, do you want to consider permeable pavers, or, anyway, we'll leave it at that. Let's see what your motion is.
Sure. So Chairman, we have two variances before us in order to allow the construction of new detached garage in the rear yard. One relates to the side yard setback for an ancillary building, and the variances that are being requested, in my view, is not egregious, especially as being at the location where it is. With respect to the lot coverage, again, going from 10% to 13.53, in my view, is not major in any respect. I believe the two variances that are being requested should be authorized, should be allowed. I move approval of the two variances subject to urban forestry condition number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you to the applicant and to Mr. Choles. Okay, item 16. We got a ways to go. 88 VALECREST Drive. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There were 9 variances. The application has been revised, reducing 2 of those variances. Forestry is requesting conditions 1 and 2. Transportation revised their original recommendation of refusal to 2 conditions in the event of approval. And we have a letter of objection from number 90 and an arborist report. And our speaker is online. Oh, no, he's not. Mr. Milne Price, hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Committee. My name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 87 Skyway Avenue, here on behalf of the owner.
Thank you, sir. I think we're going to need a full presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just to clarify some of the changes, originally community planning staff had reached out to us, just indicating that the lot coverage and FSI was slightly too high for what they were comfortable with in this neighborhood. So through discussions with them, we slightly reduced the envelope of the building, but it was just the lot coverage and the FSI. All of the setbacks are the same as what was originally proposed. And regarding transportation staff, so originally they were concerned with variance number 9, the last variance. They cited concerns with the sightline distances. Essentially, they were concerned that as a car was backing out of the driveway, there wouldn't be enough time or distance for somebody to see another car coming. Since we received their original report, we spoke to an independent transportation engineer. We confirmed that the driveway is indeed safe. The sightline distances are acceptable. However, there's not enough time for transportation staff to review that. And so this is the solution that we came up with transportation staff to instead have them review the sight lines with our transportation engineer and ensure that it's safe. Just a few notes I'd make about that driveway. The driveway location is very similar to the immediate neighbor at 86 VALECREST. 86 VALECREST is also a corner lot in the same manner, and it has a driveway at the frontage. VALECREST is also, it's a local road, and the traffic volumes are going to be identical on both frontages because this is a corner lot, not because it sits at an intersection, but just due to the curve of VALECREST Road. There are also some similar corner lot driveways outside of this crescent, but still on VALECREST Road at 129 VALECREST Road and 133 VALECREST Road. But just with regard to the other variances, so variance 1 for lot coverage, the requested 36.73% is largely driven, in fact, by the covered rear and side porches. The house itself that we're proposing, that building envelope, only accounts for 30.7% of the lot coverage, and that's well within the existing character of the neighborhood. There are some other approvals for lot coverage, including 41 VALECREST at 34.5% and 102 VALECREST at 34%. I'll also point out under the bylaw, porches are excluded from lot coverage if they are under 5% of the lot area, and these porches are just at 6%. So it's really just a 1% difference that it comes down to, and we're just hitting that technicality of the bylaw. It's a similar story for the proposed FSI. The resultant GFA of our FSI is about 500 square meters, 501.44 square meters. And that's very similar to some of the new builds that are in this area. There are some large houses, including as large as 896 square meters at 51 VALECREST. But newer builds also include 507 square meters at 102 VALECREST and 512 square meters at 91 VALECREST, all with similar FSIs to what we're proposing, ranging from 0.58 to 0.7. Now, with respect to the rear yard setback, the bylaw asks for 40% of the lot depth for a rear yard setback, but it also provides an absolute minimum for small lots of 12 meters. And that's the standard that we applied here. This 12-meter setback is a significant improvement over the existing 8.76 meter setback. Our 12-meter proposal is also deeper than many of the neighbors, including 90 VALECREST, which has a rear yard setback of 8.66 meters, and 64 VALECREST, which has a rear yard setback of 7.97 meters. In general, all of those interior lots have a much smaller setback than 12 meters, and what we're doing is consistent with all of that. The rear porch variances do encroach into that rear yard setback, but the same argument applies in that it's similar to the rear porches that do exist in this neighborhood. Just quickly, with respect to the side yard setback, there's a variance for side yard and aggregate side yard setback. The number of 2.64 meters is a measurement to the porch, not to the dwelling itself. The main wall of the house is actually compliant with the aggregate side yard requirement. And also, because the lot is slightly pie-shaped, getting smaller in width towards the front, the side yard is actually as large as 5.5 meters for most of the wall, which matches that existing side yard setback. Lastly, just with respect to the height, the proposed height is only asking for additional height right in the center of the building. The main walls will be compliant with the height. And it's also similar to the heights across the street, including 93 VALECREST and 91.
I'm going to get you to wrap up, and I do have some questions which will come, more of your issues will come out.
Of course, yes. So overall, it's a similar building to what exists in the neighborhood, and I'm happy to get into any questions.
Super. So my first question has to do with the FSI comps that you provided.
Mm-hmm.
Are those on interior lots in VALECREST, or are they on the exterior ravine lots?
Both. So there's some that are on the exterior lots, and those lots, are
Because
part
really,
of the immediate context.
To be a fair comp, you've got to do compared to the interior lots, because often we'll grant higher FSI on those exterior lots because of top of bank situations.
I understand, Mr. Chair. The official plan does state that when you're looking at the immediate context, it is the lots on the same street and across the block from you. So you may view it that way, but the official plan does tell you how to evaluate a proposal. However, not even withstanding that, 102 VALECREST has the exact same FSI that we're
And
proposing.
that's an interior one.
That's an interior one. All the even numbers are all interior.
Interior, okay, fair enough.
It's neighbor 104 VALECREST also has a very similar FSI.
Perfect, that's all I wanted. Just wanted to distinguish between the two. Also, coming back to the transportation conditions, they've also made a note that to satisfy their condition, you may have to go back to forestry. Do you want to comment on that? In other words, they're saying you may be having to take out a tree.
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be some tree removals that are associated with this. The driveway does go right through some private trees. Urban Forestry has been in collaboration with us from the very beginning. They don't have any concerns with the tree injuries or removals that we're proposing. And so I think we're absolutely going to be able to work with them.
Okay, thank you. Questions from other panel members? Okay, thanks. Sorry, beat you to it. Okay, I'll get you to take a seat for a minute, and we've got some deputants. Someone from 90 VALECREST?
Can you?
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi.
Just want to confirm
my
your
name
name
is
for the
Nat
record.
Barbiero. Oh, okay. My name is Nat Barbiero, and I'm the owner of 90 VALECREST Drive.
Perfect. Okay, let us know what you think.
So, all right. So I am speaking in opposition to this application. I'm not opposed to the development of new homes on the street. I don't want to have any ill feelings with my neighbors. And although I've received many committee of adjustment notices in my 17 years living at this house, this is the first time that I'm providing feedback. That said, I believe that this proposed dwelling is too large and too intensive for the subject lot. My primary concerns with this application are the rear yard setback violation, the covered rear patio, and the significant permanent impact these violations will have on my privacy, the privacy of my wife and daughters, and our enjoyment of our property. The zoning bylaw requires a rear yard setback of 17.51 meters, yet the proposed house will only have a rear yard setback of 12 meters, a shortfall of 5.51 meters. On top of this, the covered patio extends an additional 4.27 meters into the rear yard, even though the bylaw permits a maximum encroachment of only 2.5 meters. These variances are not minor. They substantially intensify an already deficient rear yard and push active outdoor living space much too close to my property. This proposal is looking to build a patio nearly 25 feet closer to my home than what the bylaws allow. At this scale, 25 feet is very far from minor. The impact is further magnified by the fact that the subject lot is a few feet higher than my property. As a result, the patio will look down into my rear yard and toward the side of my home. Furthermore, because of the significant violation of the west yard setback, the patio is proposing to span the entire length of my house and extend over a portion of my driveway, creating a continuous overlook condition rather than a limited or localized one. In addition, due to the orientation of the surrounding lots, approval of this proposal will result in 3 rear yards directly facing into my property. The existing house on this lot faces a different direction and does not create this condition today. Backyards and patios are naturally congregating spaces, and this configuration will introduce a significant amount of noise directed towards my property, and it represents an extreme and permanent invasion of privacy. I understand that privacy fencing is sometimes suggested as a possible mitigation. However, in this case, fencing does not address the core planning issue. Because the patio is elevated relative to my property and is so close to my home, fencing does not prevent vertical overlook from a raised, covered, and actively used outdoor space. Fencing also does not address the noise, presence, and intensity of use associated with a large covered patio located this close to a neighboring property. Moreover, relying on fencing places the burden of mitigation on the affected neighbor rather than addressing the underlying problem, which is that the patio is too deep and too close. The zoning bylaw strict limits on patio encroachments exist precisely to prevent these kinds of impacts. Taken together, the reduced rear yard, the excess patio encroachment, the higher grade, and the resulting lack of adequate separation demonstrate that this proposal does not provide sufficient space between properties. These impacts are not minor, cannot be reasonably mitigated, and do not represent appropriate or desirable development. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the committee refuse the application, and I'd like to thank everyone for their time.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members to the deputant?
Chair, I have just one question. Can you kindly tell me, what is the setback of your building on the north side? You're at number 90, correct?
Right, that's right.
Number 90. What is your side yard setback?
I would have to open my survey and tell you what that is. Just give me a second, I can check to see. So, sorry, it's difficult for me to say. I'm not really good at reading surveys.
Well, just from your experience, can you walk through between the subject property and yours?
That's right, yeah.
Can you take a wheelbarrow through?
There's a path.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes, I could.
You could take a garbage container, a large garbage recycling container.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is it a meter?
And there's also, pardon me, sorry. Sorry, was there another question? I heard about the large garbage container. Was there a follow-up?
Well, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Would it be about a
of what
meter
your
and a half?
setback is from the property of number 88, their rear yard property to your side yard property. Is it a meter?
Yeah, I would say so. Probably a meter.
More or
but
less?
Yeah, there's definitely slightly more, I would think.
More than a meter? Okay, thank you.
I think so, yes.
I think Bill was estimating it at about a meter and a half.
Yeah, that's
It's on the survey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a path that leads to the backyard, and there's a gate there that goes to the backyard, and there's also there's a few shrubs there, and so the meter and a half sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, and just to clarify the orientation of your property to the subject property, the rear yard essentially will face your side yard. Will it I don't believe it directly faces your backyard.
It does. It would, because there's definitely, well, not on an angle. You're right. It doesn't directly, but on an angle. But you know, when basically if I walk out of my house, I mean, it's quite visibility is like I said, there's privacy is all gone, and at the proposed elevation and where at the positioning of, because now with the proposal the patio, the covered patio would actually extend the entire length of my house, and yeah, it would look into my backyard on an angle, no doubt.
On an angle, but not directly.
Well, no, but it looks directly into my driveway, and it looks directly to the side of my house. And actually, I have my master bedroom there too. And there's definitely, I'm going to have 3 patios basically abutted to my property, because definitely at the other corner lot that's there, I share the its backyard. Is abutted to my property. Then there's the house that's directly behind me. It's also abutted to my property. And currently that's not there with the existing dwelling, because right now where they're proposing to put the patio, the garage is there. So it doesn't, it's not the same type of
I would,
of privacy.
from the site plan, or from the plan that I'm looking at, I believe number 86 probably impacts more directly on your backyard than 88.
Oh, no, that's true. At the moment, yeah, that's true.
Well, I mean,
the
properties aren't changing. No one's changing the size of the location of the lots. I mean, that one I think has a maximum impact on your backyard.
No, no one's changing that's true. But the thing is that there's with the existing property, they have a deck, and it doesn't face my house. And then going forward, if this proposal is approved, it will.
Okay.
And the thing is that the house, the proposed house will extend beyond the length of my house as it is now. So basically, I'm going to have I'm going to have a patio, which, is, like I said, is a congregating area, and it's going to be constantly, people are constantly staring at my house. It's not a, it's not like it's not like I'm not complaining about windows. I mean, they're adding windows on that side of the house as well. But I understand, windows, you kind of walk by, you're not constantly there. But once the patio is there, that's it's constantly there. And I can assure you that there's issues with noise already with two with two backyards, and that's just going to be a third. And I don't believe that I believe it'll just intensify. So honestly, that's why I'm not picking at. There's 9 violations here. Like I said, this is my first time at a committee of adjustment, and perhaps it's common to approve. I don't know, and I'm not trying to go after. I'm just voicing my opinion on how it would impact me, and honestly, I believe it would impact me a great deal, and there's bylaws there, and I don't think that they. I'm not. My interpretation is that they violate the spirit of the rules. Like I'm not opposed to making minor accepting minor variances. I totally understand, right? Like like I said, I understand people want to build their want to build new homes, and I'm completely okay with that. But it just seems that in this case here, it's hard to it's hard not to believe that this will have a significant impact on me and my family. I mean, our privacy and our enjoyment of our house, and so that's
Okay, understood. And you're aware that they've reduced the proposed FSI from what was originally in the notice?
I did notice in the documents that they did, and truthfully, I understand that's a very dynamic situation, and some people ask for more, some people ask for I'm not. It still seemed large to me, but again, it's the other. It's really the it's really the patio that is really my primary. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And I mean, of course, the house does it is longer than my house. It will reduce light, reduce air, the airiness, and honestly, there's an alignment on our street. I mentioned it in my letter of objection. There's an alignment, and this house will actually be further out, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milne Price, if I can get you back, unless there's no other speakers, right? No.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Perfect, thank you. So just really one really quick point just regarding the neighbor having 3 rear yards adjacent to them. Really, I'm confused as to why this would be an issue in any sort of standard lotting scenario. When you're looking in a rear yard, you would have at least 3 rear yards directly adjacent to you, if not 2 more diagonally adjacent to you. So to me, this is actually slightly better than what you would expect, having just 3 rear yards instead of 5 on a standard rectangular grid. But Mr. Chair, you're right to point out there is no change to the lot boundaries. There is only really a very small portion of the rear lot line that goes past the side yard for VALECREST. Just regarding the location and size of the porch, I want to point out that we are going to be pushing the building backwards from where it is currently existing. So this is a new build, but the existing rear yard setback is about 9 meters. So we're proposing pushing the building back 3 meters. And as a result of that, the covered porch is going to be located where that garage is right now. Now, in the rear yard, there also is an existing deck. And so the new deck is going to be in the place of that existing deck. And then it is larger than the existing deck. And it's going to go all the way to include that area that's taken up by the garage. But in terms of overlook, in terms of privacy, there are already windows on the upper floor of that garage. So it isn't going to be a radically different change from what the neighbor is already experiencing. Really quickly, just regarding the size of the building, it is similar to other builds that I pointed out. In particular, it's actually smaller in terms of height as it fronts onto 90 VALECREST. Also, regarding the alignment, there was an image that that neighbor posted just showing that the proposed side yard setback is going to be pushed even further. We're actually intending to align it almost exactly to where it is right now. There are a few points where the exterior side yard is going to be closer to VALECREST, but particularly in terms of where the side yard meets the rear yard, that exterior side yard is going to be 5.5 meters. And you can look on the survey, that is very similar to what exists right now. Lastly, I'd like to point out, if you look at the rear yard, there is a large tree, a large mature tree that sits directly in between 90 VALECREST and where that covered porch is. So it's quite a tall tree. It would absolutely screen from anyone viewing into 90 VALECREST from the second story, as well as providing a little bit of screening from anyone who's on that covered porch. So I believe that addresses all of the neighbor's objection. I do think it's a shame we weren't able to discuss this application with the neighbor before this hearing. We reached out several times. I think we knocked on their door about 3 times, and we just weren't able to discuss. Because I believe if the neighbor did realize that we were pushing the house back and the covered patio is going to be in the same location where the existing garage is, I think a lot of these concerns would be addressed.
The existing house is a bungalow, is it not?
So it's a bungalow, but there's a 2-story sort of addition above the garage.
Oh, okay. So there's a 2-story structure currently facing number 90.
That's correct.
And which will be also the same situation under the proposed.
That's right.
Will it be any taller than what it is now?
Yes, I believe it will be slightly taller, but it will be compliant with the bylaw where it meets that.
In terms of height, yeah.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Just one question, Chair. Do you adhere to building length and building depth?
Through you, Mr. Chair, building length and building depth, I believe, aren't applicable in this case due to the frontage of the lot, but we aren't asking for variances.
And you're not asking, okay, thank you.
Okay, no other questions? So if we can take it into committee then. Any discussion? I just want to remind people that this is a revised application, so 2 of the variances would be reduced. And we have requested conditions from transportation and conditions from forestry.
Yes, so with that, I would move a motion for approval, as I do believe the application meets the 4 tests, and then subject that to the February 10th Transportation Review Memo and the February 5th Environment, Climate, and Forestry Memo that contain conditions 1 and 2, and then there's 3 conditions in the Transportation Memo.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, I think there's 2 conditions on, it doesn't matter, let staff sort it out. For transportation? 3, okay. Okay, got it. Okay, Mr. Taylor second, all in favor? Opposed? No, okay, so it's unanimous approval. Thank you. Do you want to take a break?
Right.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, we're still working through the morning session, so if anyone's here for the afternoon, you may not want to listen to us drone on. We're probably going, we don't even know when we're going to start at this point for the afternoon, right? We got
Yeah, we have to count to finishing this and then lunch break as well.
5 more. Yeah. We're going to be here a while. Yeah, 5 more. Okay, thank you for that. That's the score as well. Okay, so item 17, 49 Meadowvale Drive. This is an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling unit. There are 2 variances being requested, and we have no comment from any municipal departments. And our speaker, Mr. Stumbach, is online. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Orzen?
Yeah, this is Ozran Stambuk from 15 Mormon
Can't
Road.
hear you, sorry.
So can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Perfect. Okay. Okay, I don't think we need a presentation on this one. If you're okay with us just asking questions, it looks like it's fairly straightforward. Are you okay with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, definitely.
Thank you. I'm assuming we have no other speakers on this?
And that's correct.
Okay. So, committee members, any questions? If not, anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm going to move that the 2 variances, the one relating to FSI from 0.5 to 0.57 be granted, authorized, and similarly, variance number 2, rear yard from 50 to 44%. Move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder? Yes.
I will second that, noting also there is 1 neighbor in support.
Oh, okay, I didn't even see that. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Popovic, all in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. See you next time.
Thanks.
Okay, item 18, 30 Torbolton Drive. This is an application to conduct interior alterations to the existing building in order to create a new dwelling unit. A total of 18 units will be provided should we approve the 1 additional one. There is 1 variance being requested, and our agent is online.
Yes, so it's just like Russian on the name, it's Andrew, so I'm just going to connect him right now.
Okay.
Andrew?
Hello? Hi, can
Hi.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Don't think we need a full presentation. If you can just give us a brief overview and leave it at that.
Yes, we just have a vacant, a very large suite, and we'd like to create 2 smaller suites because we have a lot of walk-up demand around the property that.
We just lost him.
Without any structural in terms of outside changes, windows or anything like that.
So no exterior alterations.
Nothing.
Okay.
Just inside. That's all it
Okay,
is.
great. Any other speakers on this one?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, and I think we've got all the documentation we need. So just take it to committee, please.
Chairman, I'm going to move that the 1 variance being requested to increase the dwelling to 5, regardless of the fact that the lot area is less than it was required. The requirement is 139 meters square. The existing is 108.98. I believe there's no adverse impact to allowing that 1 unit. Move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Bill. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item 19.
So, Mr. Chair, before we start, the agent on file will be the primary agent. We did have a couple additional registrants. So the applicant who did this file and also the owner, they will indicate what time they want to be splitting, but I did notify that they would have to split the 5 minutes. And then we have one additional
Okay, so
area position.
the applicant's going to split, the agent's going to split with the applicant?
Yes, with the applicant or the owner. I was kind of unsure, but they'll explain to you. I'll just connect.
Okay. Yeah. 20, so it's 2289 Lawrence Avenue West. This is an application to construct a fourplex and a garden suite in the rear yard. There are 3 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3. We have 4 letters of objection, and I'm going to need some clarification on some numbers, but we'll get into that later. So our applicant is online then, or, okay?
Yes, hi, this is Fozia Ford here.
Okay.
Actually, the designer of this project, architect of this project, and I'm representing the owner and the applicant. So at the moment, I'm the one who is speaking, but the owner of the project might speak as well, Mr. Marsh.
Okay, well, you guys need to decide up front. Do you want to do the, I mean, we can ask questions of either one, but in terms of who's going to make the application, is it going to be you? Or,
yes,
so you're not going to split your time, you're going to do it?
yes, yeah,
Okay.
let's yeah. Okay, so this is a project that is according to, it was designed according to the bylaws, and
You're kind of chopping up on the sound.
even now.
You're fine now.
Okay. Okay, I'm getting close to my speaker. Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, we started to design everything according to the bylaws, and it was allowed the fourplex, and also the garden suite was allowed over there. And we got, when we submitted for the zoning certificate, we got zoning certificate for the garden suite because it was everything was according to the bylaws. For the fourplex, we got these 3 variances. And the 3 variances is regarding the length, depth, so the coverage. So if I go one by one, regarding to the depth, we have, if you look at my cover letter also, I have explained it that the depth was allowed as 19 meters, and we are at 19.2 meters, which is because of the front yard calculation that was made regarding the 2 side neighbors. So that is minor in nature, like 19, and we are going to 19.2 meters. And regarding the length, the thing actually came up, that was something different, that the length, according
Actually,
to the
you know what, I'm going to hold up, like, let's hold her time. I need to clarify some of the numbers before you get into this.
Okay, sure, sure.
Because there are some issues here. So first off, your variance, I believe there's a corrected number now. So
yes,
variance number 1, 45% is not 159 square
Yes.
meters. What is it?
Actually, the area of this lot is very much simple. That is 482.74 square meter, and 45% coverage means 217.23. But
Okay.
unfortunately, this was something that was in the zoning review from the examiner. So
No,
there
no,
was
that's okay. We understand that. I just want to make sure we have the correct numbers on the
yes,
notes.
this is the correct number.
Okay, so
Perfect. Yes.
so
Yes, sir.
159.3 should actually be 217.23.
Perfect.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the first issue. Second issue is I want to clarify variance 3, your depth,
Okay.
okay? So your building length is 19 meters, no issues, right?
Mm, Yeah, like yes, 19 is the length.
Okay, but now your depth is measured from the minimum front yard setback, correct?
Yes.
What
Yeah,
is your
correct.
front yard setback?
If you look at the site plan,
Yeah,
there's this line, the broken line that is showing the average of the two houses. So that is not there.
okay, hold on, let me,
But your drawing is very busy and difficult to read, so they're asking you what that number is.
The front yard setback number, exact number, just let me tell you the exact number is,
is it 5.5?
yes, 5.5, yes, because it was taken as average of both two, so it was about 5.57.
Okay, so here's my problem. If your front yard setback is 5.5 and your building length is 19, how do you get 19.2?
Actually, this was again, if you look at the zoning notice, it was somehow the zoning examiner, they pointed out that it is going to be, it might be their calculation that they have it 19.2 because we wanted to keep it exactly as per the zoning laws. We kept our line. So even if they are saying it is 19.2 as per their calculation, so the difference is 0.2 meters.
Okay, that site plan does not show the neighboring houses. So
There's a line showing if you go down a
at
little
the
bit
bottom,
down.
yeah, line of average to adjacent.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the
So
line.
that is in fact your minimum side or minimum front yard setback, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so then that could in fact be 0.2, so then that could make sense at 19.2. It just confused me when I couldn't see how you were calculating that and the fact that you had 5.5 stated as a setback.
Yes.
So I think that's clear in my head now. I don't know if it's clear for everybody else. Okay. Yeah, it helps when you show the neighboring houses, because then we can see kind of what's going on. Otherwise, we're doing a little bit of guessing.
There are shown, but I think it might be lighter in thickness, the side houses. But I took the number from there. There are two numbers shown on both the left and right side.
That's fine.
Sorry for
The main thing is I wanted to clarify the numbers in variance 1. So we've got that clarified. Okay. So now, sorry for interrupting. If you want to start over. Otherwise, if you want to continue from where you were, go ahead.
So one of the variances was regarding the length, right?
Yeah.
For the depth, if you look at the depth variance, depth we are fine. Sorry, that is 19.2. For the length variance, if you look at the bylaw number, zoning bylaw 569/2013, it says if you have a lot of 40 meters in depth and the width of the lot is 10 meters, then you can get a 19 meter back of the house. Unfortunately, we are short of 0.38 meter from 14. So it is about 14 inches, 14.9 inches. So because of this shortness, we have to go to the other bylaw, that 19 meter, because you're short of 40 meters. It was bylaw says 40 meters or more. So we were short of that 0.38 meter, which is like 0.9% difference, less than 1% difference. So we are requesting for this minor, as a minor variance, because the intent and everything is as per the other zoning law. If we get this as a minor variance, then 19 meter is and instead of going to 17 meter, we are going to 19 meters. So then, but this 2 meter difference, there is a lot of things that make a lot of difference. One of them is that we are making an accessible unit also. So that is going to be shortened with, instead of 2 bedroom, we are going a 3 bedroom, we will be getting 2 bedrooms. So we are requesting for this variance based upon the fact that we are short of 0.38 meter. in the length of that, depth of that.
Yeah, if you had
property.
0.3 meters more on your lot, you wouldn't have this variance, is basically what you're.
Yes, yes, not this variance, not the other variance, no other variance. So because of this shortness of depth, we are getting this.
We understand, okay.
Okay, so the third variance is regarding the percentage of the coverage. So again, this is something, if you look at the amended bylaw, and amended bylaw, if I read you that, it is in my cover letter. If you look at my cover letter, the third variance is explained by the amended bylaw. So amended bylaw says that in the RD zone, the permitted maximum floor space index is A and B. There are two conditions if you have a D, number D over there, but number C says the permitted maximum floor space index in regulation A and B above do not apply to a duplex, triplex, or fourplex. So if you look at that too, we shouldn't be going for, this variance also. But again, if it is there, if you think that it is a variance, then again, we are asking for a relief of 4.35%. That is in the percentage, like instead of 45%, we are asking for a relief of 49.35%. So
it's fairly, so your argument is it's fairly minor.
Yes, because if you look at the same bylaw in another bylaw, it says that in case of a triplex, duplex, or fourplex, you can there is no floor space index, and it makes sense because for person coverage for fourplex plus a garden suite is something.
There are certain areas where it still applies, so that's why you may have been caught on this one.
Yes.
Okay.
So these are the three variances, and although we read all those letter of objections, also respect them.
We'll give you a chance to get to those in a minute, okay? But I'm going to cut you off now. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
So do we have other speakers?
Yes, so we have, I believe, 3 in person, and then we had those other 2, but they were the agents, so we'll have to listen to the other area residents.
Okay. So who do we have on our list?
Is there Don Angus?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll start off anecdotally. The house that was purchased was built by the people that built our house. So it was the same, used the same plans. It was the son. When these people bought the house, they couldn't sell it. They made some adjustments in the inside, couldn't sell it, so they rented it. So they've gone through 3 rental situations. And so I wasn't surprised when I saw a sign go up. I just didn't read the sign properly until the other day. I was out shoveling the snow up to my armpits, and I realized it said fourplex. And the first thing that hit me was, who wants to live beside an apartment house? And I hadn't received this letter from the city. The next day I received this letter from the city, and it calmed me a little bit. I realized it wasn't quite as dramatic as I first thought.
You thought it would be.
But the point is, it still is going to affect us quite dramatically. We're the house on the east side, and now there are going to be 6 windows looking over onto our house rather than the one before. The big point that I'm concerned about is what euphemistically called a garden suite, which is a 2-story house at the back of the property. And I just saw, for the first time this morning, I saw the plan for the front of the house, and I realized there are 2 large windows on the 2nd story and 2 large windows on the 1st story. Even though they've promised to build a fence, that's going to overlook our property. So we're going to be losing a lot of our privacy in our yard, and it's really going to affect us quite dramatically. The other point that I'm really concerned about is the front yard, which is going to be turned into a parking lot, I presume. It's not really mapped out in full on this diagram, but I presume with 5 units, there'll be at least parking for 5 cars.
Not necessarily.
But not necessarily, okay. So that was my concern, was parking. What's going to happen there? It looks like the front lawn is going to be removed and some kind of pavement is going to be put in place. I realize there are going to be problems there because there's an underground a vault in the sidewalk right in front of their house. So that may require some adjustment. But it's the parking that really concerns me too, as well as getting out of our laneway now. Lawrence Avenue curves slightly to the south as it goes towards Roy York. And so you have to come out quite a bit before you can really see what's coming the other way. And I'm sure you know, but people don't travel at speed limit. Sometimes it's very, very fast. So it's quite dangerous getting out there at times. So I'm concerned about that too. I think that's all. I know the city wants to have more houses on properties, but 5 from 1 seems to me to be a bit extreme.
That's our new maximum now.
Oh, that's the new maximum?
That's the new maximum.
Okay, I thought it was 4.
Well, it's 4, but then in some areas you're allowed to do the garden suite as well.
So there is no other garden suite all the way along.
There's always a first.
So this is the first.
And I don't think they're providing any parking.
Right. Okay.
Well,
I'm concerned, and I know my neighbors are concerned too about the parking and the oversight, the loss of privacy in our yards.
I mean,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Personally, I'm concerned about no parking in Etobicoke as well, but under the new rules, they don't have to provide any.
Right. On-street parking on Roxelin is only allowed in the first half of the block.
Yeah.
They should open up the second half of the block.
They should open a lot more.
Because there are no...
That's a whole nother issue.
I know, but that's got to happen.
I totally agree with you.
If this happens, that's got to happen.
I totally agree with you, and that's something you've got to lobby your counselor for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay. Do we have another in person?
Yes, Wendy Bennett. Are you not speaking? Okay, and then we have a Mikolas, sorry.
Good
afternoon.
My name is Mikolas Glatkovas. I'm living at 2291 Lawrence Avenue.
Thank you.
Next door to the
proposal,
property and the consideration. So I have maybe 3 types of rejections because why in that lot cannot be built 4-plex and garden suite. First is our street is surrounding the area made on entirely single detached houses with height, massing, and architectural rhythm. The proposed 4-plex is significantly larger in scale and density than any existing structure on the street. Allowing such substantial intensification on a single lot would introduce a building type that is out of character. The garden suite combined with 4-plex further compounds the issue. The lot is simply not suited for accommodate 5 dwelling units without overwhelming the properties around it. One of the strengths of our neighborhood is its architectural cohesion, modest, traditional, human-scale homes that contribute to a cohesive streetscape. The proposed building is far larger and more imposing than the surrounding homes. Privacy. We're losing privacy, we get a lot of shadow. Our gardens lose sun rotation. We get great noise, activity, and traffic on our street. And most important is that it's a lot of violations of law. By the zoning law, in that type of lot, it's shorter than 40 meters. It's allowed 17 meters long building. They asking to do 19.2.
19.
Is 19.2, it will be 5.5% above. So, and coverage of lot, they're asking for 49.35. I calculated 49.4. It's 4.4% above. So much more parking infrastructure. Green zone will be available only 15% of lot, but in real life it will be much less because it will be stairs, and the main building has balconies, etc. And this area will be a little bit smaller than 15%. And can you imagine this side of building will have 6 windows, and garden suite 4 windows, and all these windows will watch our backyards. It's not acceptable. So green space, okay. And again, parking problem. If there are 5 units, so 5, maybe 10 cars, and parking on the Lawrence Street is not allowed. It means cars should be parked on the side streets, and it will be like bomb for next problems. It will cause next problems, and people will park their cars on the side streets, and I don't think that neighbors will be happy for that.
Okay, can I get you to wrap up, please?
Pardon me?
Please finish.
Yes. So for this reason, I respectfully ask the committee to deny the requested variances.
Thank you.
And just a moment, I have question to the committee. If we now discussing only requested variances, so it means if they decide to build 4-plex, they don't have to get variance.
4 plexes are allowed as of right now. They don't have to come to committee to get permission for 4-plex. The 4-plex has to fit into the character of the neighborhood, and therefore only the variances, if there are any, are what we can decide on.
17 meters long.
Correct. And what they're proposing is 19.
Oh, okay. No, but I just checked zoning laws as it says that, because we already requested and we have answer. I have copy of that paper that is below 40 meters and is 17.
Yeah, we understand. That's why it's a variance. If the
Okay.
lot were 40 meters long, there would not be a variance. So, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if we can get the applicant back.
Yes, I can.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's your chance to do a rebuttal. After that, I have some questions for you.
Actually, I totally respect whatever the objection neighbors are saying, but again, we are not going for any zoning bylaw amendment. We were just trying to follow whatever is the zoning laws, and we were trying to build a house that is the fourplex and plus the.
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now.
Yeah. So actually, what we were trying to do was there is no zoning bylaw amendment. We were just trying to fit ourselves in this.
Okay, you're fading in and out again. We understand you're not doing a zoning bylaw amendment. You're here for some
Yes,
minor
yes,
variances.
yes, yes.
Okay.
We are facing.
Is there anything else you want to directly?
Actually, the only thing that I'm just requesting is that if you take it, the shortage of the length as it is less than 1%, that is 0.95%. So you consider that, and we will request for the minor variance to be permitted.
Okay, we
Thank you.
understand. Okay,
Thank you.
so I have
Okay.
some questions for you.
Yes, please.
On your site plan, in the front, you have a dotted area. What is that?
The dotted area is the green landscape because it was, we have to provide that. It is 62% green landscape.
Okay, so the darker area then is paved area, is that, or?
Paved area,
Okay,
yes.
fine.
And it was also because of a reason we have to give a paved area also because one of the unit is accessible unit. And
That's fine. I don't question that. I mean, you should have a paved area. You don't want people walking
Yes.
across mud. So that's
Yes.
understood. Can you tell me how the rear of your proposal lines up with the rear of the two adjacent properties? Because it's not shown on your site plan.
Sorry, like rear of there is a garden suite, right?
No, never mind the garden suite. I want to know how much further your proposed dwelling extends beyond the depth of the adjacent two properties.
Okay, okay. So if you look at that too, and I'm on my CAD drawing, I'm just giving you the exact number from the survey. There, we are around, just give me a minute.
I mean, that's why going forward, when you do these, you should be showing the location of the adjacent properties, particularly when you're asking for a variance that relates to length.
Okay, okay, yes, I'm just putting it in this. To be very precise.
I don't need really precise. I just want to get an idea.
So we are about 21 feet. That is approximately in meters.
21 feet's good.
Yeah, so it is 21 feet. So about
So what is that?
6.4, 6.5 meters.
From both houses, from one of the houses, which one?
From the house on the, if you're standing on the front of the house, the left one, the house on the left side.
So the one to the
And the
east.
house on the right, standing on the left side, you are on the, when you're standing on the front, it's house on your
right.
Left side is about 6 meters. For the For the other side, it is more. It is about 15 feet more because they are very
Okay, no,
small
no,
houses.
that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to get an idea because that,
Yeah, so
I mean,
6 meter for this house on the left side, and for the right side, it is 11 meters.
11 meters. Okay, so that's pretty substantial. Okay, those are my questions. I don't know if panel members have any. No? Okay, so let's take it into committee then for some discussion and/or action. So we have 3 variances. The argument of the applicant is that, you know, if the lot were 3 feet, 2 feet deeper, there would only be 1 variance. The neighbors, on the other hand, are essentially saying that this doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood because it protrudes, it's so much deeper than the other houses. So that's what we have.
So again, Chair and members, we are on a principal road. We are on a major arterial road. Yes, they're asking for length, they're asking for depth, and they're asking for some coverage. There are no other variances with respect to green space. No variances are required regarding parking. So basically what we're looking at is a longer building and a larger structure. Does it fit the character? Not necessarily of some homes that were built back in the 60s, but again, the fact that we are on a major arterial road, identified in the city's official plan as a major arterial road, gives it some credence that this is where you may want additional density, in my view.
Understood? Yeah, we're not an interior lot in, you know, on an interior neighborhood, so. Okay, anyone else?
Just again, reflecting on our mandates to evaluate the reasonableness of variances. In this case, there are 3. And I don't think they're out of sync with the Planning Act requirements, the 4 tests.
Don?
Yeah, I find that the 3 requested variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 2 and 3. I think that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Bill. All in favor? Opposed? So it passes on a 4-1. I'm going to oppose just because I don't think it fits with the character of that street. And I think that's something incumbent on us to make sure that it looks like the other houses, even though a 4-plex is permitted as of right. But in any case, the application is approved on a 4-1 vote. Okay, thank you to the applicant and to the deputants. Okay, that was 19. We got 2 more to go for the morning session, the so-called morning session. Item 20, 204 Beta Street. This is an application to construct a new covered deck, and in the rear yard, there are 3 variances being requested. There are 2 letters of support, both of which are immediate neighbors, and that's all we got. Stavros is our agent, and I'm assuming he's online because I don't see him here.
My name is Stavros Theodorakopoulos. I'm the engineering agent for the owner. My address is 2 Black Court, Aurora, Ontario.
Okay.
And I don't know if you need a presentation.
I don't think
Is it-
we do. I just have one question for you.
Sure.
What is the surface underneath the proposed deck? Is it going to be open landscape?
The surface under the deck, it'll be skirted, so it'll be an enclosed area. There'll be a skirt around the deck.
Oh, so you're going to do a hard surface then?
It'll probably be gravel and just to prevent growth of any weeds and things
Okay,
like
but
that.
so it's going to be, is it going to be permeable or non-permeable?
Permeable,
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
yes.
Okay. That was my only issue and or concern. I don't know if anyone else has any questions. No? Okay. There are no other speakers?
No.
No, okay, so let's take it into committee.
Chairman, we have 3 variances before us. I believe that authorizing 3 variances will not have any adverse impact on anyone. They're desirable, they meet the test. Move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Seconder?
I'll second that, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
Ms. Popovic.
noting the neighbors in support.
Okay, for sure. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Stavros.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, sorry, I have a need to sneeze, which I'm trying to avoid. Sort of, thank you. So item 21, our last item for the morning agenda, 46 Pheasant Lane. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 6 variances being requested. Forestry is recommending refusal, or in the alternative, forestry condition 2. And there's been some clarification to variance 1 in the additional materials. Lauren Rose is our agent, and I'm assuming online.
Yes, good afternoon. Almost lunchtime.
A little bit beyond.
Should I start?
Yeah, I don't think we need a full presentation. If you can just give us a brief overview, that would be
Yeah,
appreciated.
this is an application for a house that I renovated in 2009. It was a committee of adjustment. You'll see from looking at the site plan if you had the drawings, it's virtually the same size as the existing house in footprint. It looks almost identical to the house that's there now. We do need some small variances. We've spoken to planning. They had some questions. They have no concerns. There's been no concerns from the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Answer questions if
Any
I can-
questions? No
I have a
questions?
question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Mr. Agent, can you speak to the urban?
Sorry, I can't hear. Sorry.
Can you speak, please, to the urban
Yes.
forestry February 12th report that recommends a denial?
We're okay with their condition. They said or their condition.
Thank you.
So you resolve, you feel you can resolve whatever issues are there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Don?
Yeah, can I just, my first reaction, I guess, was looking at variance 1 and the fact that the gross floor area of this house is almost double what the bylaw allows. Can you just sort of give us an idea or list some comparables on Pheasant Lane specifically? Either side of this house and across
Existing
the
house,
street?
If staff can put up the site plan. So you can see, if you blow it up, the footprint is very similar. The square footage is a little bit bigger than it was, but you can see the old house. It's got a closer front yard setback. It projects further into the backyard. It's a similar size footprint. Planning had no objections. I don't actually have hard numbers of other variances like that, but the existing house was similar in size. And it's similar in height. That's really the best answer I have for you.
Yeah, I usually rely on Google Instant Street View to have a quick walk up and down the street, but I can't access it today.
I will tell you that this house looks remarkably like the existing house. The clients love the house. They're a little bit older. There's many levels on a floor plan. It just doesn't work for them to get older in. So we've recreated it at great cost to make it look like the existing house. It's an old Tudor-looking house as it was renovated. So it's really replacing with a remarkably similar house, similar details in every way.
So the proposed coverage
If
is
you want, you can
0.39.
see the elevations if staff want to scroll down.
And your proposed side yards, the yardages generally are a lot less than the zoning. Is that again typical of new builds in that vicinity?
Sorry, they were relatively similar on one side. Planning doesn't have any objections, and neither did the adjacent neighbors.
Well, I know they don't have any objections, but I'm sitting here being faced with having to make a decision, and I need to know things in my own head.
So if staff can pull up the site plan again.
I know I live near this area, not close enough to declare a conflict, but I know it's characterized by very spacious lots, lots of separation between houses. And these standards, you're moving to something a little more urban than my sort of visualization of this community, but anyway.
So it's a private little cul-de-sac. If you can see the numbers, and you can hold us to substantial accordance with the site plan, but the 2 meters on the south side is at a pinch point. The rest of the setback
I saw that.
Grossly over what's required, as same thing on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pinch point, but all the other variances are much greater than allowed. It's a pie-shaped lot. It's on a cul-de-sac, so the angles and how you determine things, you can't make it parallel. It has to be facing sort of that.
And you're not building a square box, so you're going to get these.
We've angled it as much as we can without it looking odd on the straight. You can see the old house was angled more sort of the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And we've twisted it as much as we could to minimize the setbacks. But I don't think there's any hardship. The next door neighbors who are most affected, there's plenty of space between the two houses. That's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, thank you.
You wouldn't be opposed to us, for Mr. Taylor's benefit, tying it to the site plan then?
I think that's the best thing because the numbers, someone could potentially alter the design. So I think that's the right thing to do because it's so site specific.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion on this. There's no question the variants 2, 3, and 4 relate to the fact that we have a very irregular lot. I believe this proposal is cleverly designed to fit into this neighborhood and also to fit into this lot. With respect to the height, variance number 5, it's a very small height variance that they're requesting, as well as variance number 6, the driveway width is nominal in my view. As far as the FSI is concerned, I think it's appropriate at this location in this neighborhood. I'm going to move approval subject to forestry conditions.
Do you want to tie it to site plan?
And sure, that's the plan that we have before us. I don't have a problem tying it to the site plan that accompanied the application.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Popovic. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, sir. That concludes our morning session. Finally. Are we good to start at 3? Okay. So we'll stand down till 3 o'clock.
How are you, Adam?
Oh, yeah, for sure.